Natural Samoa water, the taste of nature.
Unwind your busy day with a cup of royalty. Royalty, complete satisfaction with every sip.
Three women's divisions here today. Brendan Telfer alongside me is Robert Cabas, Olympian and Commonwealth champ. And Robert, great anticipation today. There's something happening in the air. The kids are in, the arena is full. We've got a packed competition in the women's 77. There's a bit of a buzz happening here in Apia today.
Absolutely, very exciting day. And as I said before, we're hoping to see some more records for today. We've got two representatives from Samoa, and it's interesting to contrast the level of their experience. They're both the same age, they're both 17 years old, and one I think is at the beginning of her career, possibly her first international, her first step on the international stage, whereas her teammate, we're looking for some big records from her. So both the same age, but a vast difference in experience and level of achievement. Yeah, so that will be interesting to watch.
Yes, Sienna Stowers is the one that we'll be keeping an eye on because she comes in here with a pretty remarkable 250 starting weight. Interesting to see that the Thai lifter, Tangdi, is going to be around as well. She's coming in with a 223 as well. So there's a possibility that there could be some pretty interesting competition as well. And the Nigerian entrant, you were mentioning her before as well, she comes in with a 225, so it'll be interesting to see how she goes. But as you say, this is a proving ground, a testing point for a number of these younger athletes. And there's young Faleata Levima from Fiji as well, and she too is a debutante here, the 17-year-old. A graduate of the new schools development program in Fiji, and it looks like she's going to have the honor of leading out this 77 class. So goes to Ballantine Girls School, one of 5 schools in Fiji that is now working as part of the development program with Fiji weightlifting, and this is one of the very early candidates out of that program.
So important to tap into the talent in schools. That's the road for future success in any sport, and particularly weightlifting.
So that's a nice handy start for her, and I'm sure the butterflies and the heart will be pounding.
Yeah.
But for this young 17-year-old, it's a great way to get her international competition underway.
I think we've mentioned it before during this competition that those nerves never go away from your first competition as a junior right through to the Olympic Games if you make it there. Those nerves never go away, but what you do work on is dealing with those nerves and channeling them in the right direction.
Listen to the roar now, because the Samoan crowd here are seeing the pictures that you're looking at here on TV1, and thanks to this wonderful production crew that can bring you these wonderful pictures. And this young lady as well is just about to debut her international career. You mentioned 2 contrasting experiences in terms of weightlifting, and for this young lady, Upolu, it's going to be a big day in her life.
And you would be hoping that she would be inspired by her teammate who is the same age, but also there's a tendency you may be overawed by the level of excellence that's also sharing the platform with you. I got a sneak preview of them warming up before, and she seemed a little bit nervous. She missed a couple of the her lifts in the warm-up room, so that will add to her nerves. She was initially going to start on 45. She missed some weights in the warm-up room, so wisely they've dropped back her starting weight to 43.
Well, the great Samoan Olympian in the corner there, Upolu as well, sending her on her way and debuting Maria's international competition. Nice. And the school kids that make up the bulk of this audience at the moment, absolutely firmly behind it. So the 17-year-old gets a warm welcome. Many of the kids are about her age as well, so they're really identifying.
I think she's relieved to get that under her belt, because it certainly looked a lot better than the two that I saw in the warm-up room. So she's settled well, she's controlled her nerves, and possibly the support of the crowd also helped her.
Comes into the sport through the long tentacles of the Upolu family, is related to Ella, who's going to be looking after here this morning as well. So it'll be interesting to see how she travels, and as you say, Rob, to contrast her experiences with Sienna Stowers is going to be quite something. Stowers we'll see a little bit later on in this competition, because as I say, she comes in here with some outstanding form. Interesting little knuckle tap there between the two 17-year-olds as well, just letting one another know that yep,
Yeah,
I'm with you.
We're in the same boat.
Indeed. So the scene is set, as I was saying, Rob, there's just a sort of a sense here in this wonderful complex that day 4 is going to have and bring you something special. As I said, 3 of the divisions are women's, and we're looking forward, of course, to I think Matana later on tonight in the women 86s as well. That should be quite something. And we're also hearing that a young Nauruan we should be looking out for as well in the women's 77 pluses a little bit later on this morning as well. Could be quite something. Destiny Rare is supposed to be something to behold. So the Nauruans apparently have kept her in their back pocket, and they're going to unleash her here a little bit later on today. So we'll be looking forward to that as well.
I think the delay here that we're experiencing is also because the scoreboard has shown the 1 kilo increment as actually an attempt that was taken by Elizabeth, whereas in fact they increased the weight to 42. So the scoreboard is showing this as her 3rd attempt, where in fact it's her 2nd attempt. So they're trying to rectify that before the competition gets further down the road.
Just need to clear the data, hit the reset button perhaps, and we can get on our way.
So just to further complicate matters, it's not even the weight that's required. So there is some confusion in that holding area there. We'll have to ignore the scoreboard for the time being. The weight on the bar is actually 45 kilograms, and this is Olivia's 2nd attempt. Oh.
Well, she'll be wanting a 50 out there today if she can do it. She's been training in and around the 50 mark.
Just a little bit soft in the receiving position.
Yeah.
The pull was okay, but she didn't finish it off. So we'll continue with the competition, just calling the weight that's on the bar and the attempts while they attempt to fix the scoreboard.
So
the same weight stays on the bar, which is 45 kilograms. It'll be the same lifter, Levim. She will get 2 minutes, of course, because she's taking successive attempts. There she is on screen there. getting some last-minute instructions, and I think that's exactly what the coach was telling her. You just need to finish it off, get serious in the end, because she's strong enough, and that's what he's indicating. You're strong enough to get this. You just need to finish it off. Get on with the business.
That's Henrietta, of course, who's been driving the school's program. As I said, she comes from the Valentine Girls' School, and her mum and dad travelled a big distance from one of the outer villages to come down and give the Fiji weightlifting authority. The young lifter here was very, very keen that she could take up the sport, and mum and dad travelled right the way across the Big Island to come and give their sanction to this young international. So 40 is going to be her
That was definitely a better effort, and she got closer to success, but still not quite there. I think she is definitely nervous, and sometimes when you're nervous it just inhibits your movements. You're never going through the full movement. You tighten up a little bit and you just need to relax.
Well, here's Maria Fiapulasefu coming out.
So I've got 46 kilograms on the bar.
Second attempt.
Second attempt.
Nearly controlled it.
Almost there. So both those young girls are quite nervous in this competition. Understandably, it's their first international event. It's a huge crowd. Not too far from success there. And without harping on about the point about weightlifting shoes, I know that it's not the reason that she missed that lift, but it certainly doesn't help when you're rock back on your heels and your toes come up. I think there's just some of those shoes these days are not solid enough, and the way that they're made, they don't allow for any changes to be made. So, you know, whether you want to heighten the heels or put another sole on them or modify them in a way to suit you. So she's going to come out again for that same weight, 46 kilograms. Third and final attempt for her.
As I said, weightlifting, she came to it through family connections. And Ellie Upolonga there, just calming her down a little bit, and boy, words of experience in her ear from a formidable champion.
Yeah, we just need to ignore those figures and that scoreboard that's showing there.
So this is it then, third attempt. Maria. Once again, just slightly overcooks it, so 43, 40.
So she just succeeds with her first attempt of 43 kilograms. Two very close attempts for her there, and just that lack of experience. She's not able to adjust quickly enough and to stabilize in the bottom position to complete the lift.
So here's Zoe Fernanda Magnetti from New Caledonia, part of this small team from the French territory in the Pacific. Former synchronized swimmer.
Okay.
And fell in love with the sport of weightlifting as part of that swimming regime, and has given up the synchronized swimming, and now looking forward to a career in weightlifting, and that's a good start for her. That also will settle a few nerves.
She's just 15 years old, so also not highly experienced in the sport, quite a young girl.
So here's another debutant. She's shown some form in the Fiji national squad Alina here, and has been doing some OT training up here in Samoa.
16 years old.
Starting her campaign of 50 kilos on the bar.
And it seems we've got the scoreboard back in sync.
That's nice. So you can see the benefit. She's been up here at the Oceania Centre for a month or two, and you can just see the impact that that's probably had on her. She just put that away relatively easily, Rob.
Very easily. I mean, even for a power snatch, that was catching it really high. So we've seen that with a number of the younger lifters. The ones that are strong enough to power snatch it are encouraged to do just that, because getting into the bottom full squat position when you're nervous a little bit and not having quite mastered the technique can be a little bit off-putting. So if you're strong enough to power snatch it, some of these younger lifters are encouraged to say, just go out there and power snatch it. There are no points for style in weightlifting. It's whatever you get over your head. And on the scoreboard, they don't indicate whether you power snatched it or full snatched it or whatever.
Well, this is getting pretty close to her best, which I have as a 55, so she'll probably try and finish off a little bit better than that with a third. This is a second attempt here.
Her first one looked pretty good, so let's see how she goes here.
New Caledonia, of course, was once upon a time the home of the Oceania Weightlifting Institute. Paul Coffey was up there for a couple of years before COVID closed its doors. At that time, it certainly built a big impact in New Caledonia. Died somewhat after Paul Coffey left and the Oceania Institute moved on, but is coming back again, has found a new strength, and I would suggest that young Zoe there is part of that newfound success for the sport up there in New Caledonia. Alina then from Fiji, second attempt. She's got 55 here now. Former track and field athlete, fell in love with weightlifting. Once again, looking good. I reckon her 62 could be under some threat here with her third lift, Rob.
Well, she's certainly strong enough, and she seems to have settled down a little bit. So I think the coaches could make a large increase for her third attempt. Nothing to lose.
Indeed, so this is one better than current PB, so this would be pretty good going for her international debut, putting some PBs on the bar as well under these circumstances, and given the sort of international pressure and attention, because I'll tell you what, synchronized swimming is popular, but weightlifting up here in the Pacific.
Well done.
That's good. So that's a nice PB for her. So she comes off the platform having done exactly what she wanted. The former synchronized swimmer.
You can't do better than that and on your debut in an international competition, just to get your personal best. It's quite an achievement,
isn't it? And 3 from 3 from her as well. And just having a look at the assistant in the corner there for Team Nauru.
Newly crowned world record holder.
Indeed, and when you've got that sort of assistance, there is the newly crowned world record holder on massage duties today for the...
It's good to see, isn't it? I mean, she's the world record holder, but she's just another teammate, another young girl that's helping out with her team. Good for team spirit.
Quincy there's done a remarkable job with this Nauruan team. 6 days a week I mean, not quite as intense as the Oceania Institute here, but boy, they really lift a few weights up there. Tuanaimato going to come out for her third. Just another little...
So the bar is loaded to 60 kilograms.
Yes, it is. Yeah, so she came up and did an Oceania training session in January, and then came back a little bit earlier than these games to come back and link up with the team that has been up here for some time. And let's see. Well, she put that one down, so 55.
So as you said, she was strong enough, and she gave all indications that she would be capable of this weight. But as yet, she hasn't mastered the squat technique to get the most out of her strength.
Noti here, part of this young contingent. They all train at the Rocks Gym out in Nauru.
Is it still the setup near the
It is
near the ocean?
But it's been totally refurbished. Removal windows can be thrown wide open as well.
Yep.
It is a really pretty smart training facility now. You remember in the old days, Rob, when we were up there, when weightlifting was first getting hold, we were basically underneath the coconut palms up there. But these days, no, it's a lot more swish. Here's the great man himself, Jerry Warwick, Toi Pepe. Down the corridor of champions we look, and that is the corridor of champions. Many a great lifter has come down to do battle out here on this remarkable platform. And Noti Chrislin is going to be one of them. But boy, she's in pretty good company, is she not, with the current junior world champ in attendance. Family Christy Noti there with her. Okay, so here she comes then.
So as a result of the scoreboard just going off the rails a little bit, Chrislin Noti should have been taking her attempt first while the bar was loaded on 60 kilograms, because as we say, if you're taking your first attempt, you're going to take it before a third attempt is taken. So that probably threw them out a little bit. She waited a little bit longer than she should have. Alina.
They've just restored it. It clicked over onto a second attempt. Now they've just reflected that, I think, what you're saying, Rob. So yeah, just a little bit of a
just a little hiccup.
So she's back on her first attempt at 60. Haven't got the clock on her at the moment.
Easy.
Okay, the clock is back. And looks like we've got the data stream back again as well. Of course, weightlifting up in Nauru, given that great interest, not only, of course, the Paul Coffer, Marcus Stephen combination, but then, of course, the Oceania Institute sort of established itself up there in the first instance.
Oh, yes, of course.
And worked out of and was basically the centerpiece of what was to go on to become the development of weightlifting across Oceania and the Pacific.
Absolutely. No, I was watching that first attempt, and I'll be looking at the second attempt to see if it goes the same way. It seems to be a routine or a technique that she's copied, which is, if you notice, they'll hold the bar in front of them just a little bit, roll it back towards them, and then start pulling. So again, we talk about a routine that you always need to stick to maintain your consistent technique and so on. So that seems to be a routine that they've established there, whether intentionally or not, or whether they're all copying their highly ranked world record holder there. But she did the same thing yesterday in grabbing the bar just a little bit in front of her and then rolling it back, and as soon as the bar is in position, they pull. So it doesn't give you any chance to hesitate or second guess yourself, but also because the bar is in motion, you've got to be very careful that it's actually in the right spot before you start pulling. So we'll see if she does that again. So the bar is in front of her, she rolls it back and pulls.
And just like that, she whacks out a 65 on her second attempt. So the 15-year-old from the Republic of Nauru travelling pretty well here and pretty happy with that as well. It's just fantastic to see all these young lifters coming through. It really is. I mean, it says so much about the sport and its development.
Absolutely. I mean, the future is always in the youth. Once that dries up, then the sport starts to slow down and progress slows down.
But again, you know, the engine room of weightlifting, I believe, is here in the Pacific at the moment as far as the international sport is concerned. I mean, we've got our European traditions and so on, but I think something is going on here in terms of the energy and the development of the sport at a grassroots level that could re-energize it and certainly, I think, improve its leverage at the International Olympic Committee level.
Definitely. I mean, the enthusiasm that's shown here is something that you don't see often in other international events where they've been holding, major championships for years on end, and I'm not saying they're getting blasé about it. There's still it's still followed closely. There are still records broken, but the energy of youth and enthusiasm, and that you've got something new here and that's precious, and the fact that they're physically we've always known that this region was a gold mine for weightlifting, and now that they're making good use of it, I think it's reflecting in the results, and also the enthusiasm and the support of sponsors and the government.
Well, that's a wonderful sequence of lifting by the young 15-year-old Nauruan. A 60, 65 and then a 70 goes well.
Very nice lifting, and as I said before, interesting that roll the bar back to you as soon as it's there, pull. If you can master that, it's, as I said, it doesn't give you any chance to hesitate. This is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to bring it back here, pull, and just lift this way.
So we get a chance to look at Madeline Agnew, the first of the Kiwis out here. 4 of them lifting in this category. So Nauru clears the platform. New Zealand now for Madeline Agnew. Gets underway with that 80. So 4 Kiwis in this lineup in the women's 77 today, and a bit of a de facto selection bit, I would say, by a couple of them to try and push their prospects for Glasgow and the Commonwealth Games, Rob.
Yes, Theron is the highest of the group, and she's currently ranked 6th in the Commonwealth Games qualification rankings with a total of 217 kilograms.
Yeah.
So she's the front leader, and we'll see if the others can make up any grounds on her.
Yeah, so I think the magic number here for the Kiwis will be around about the 217, 218 mark. If any of them can sort of bother that number today, then I would say that they would be improving their prospects to get through to Glasgow mightily. Madeline Agnew then with her second attempt. Looking pretty happy up there with her 83. School kids give her a big wave.
The way she walked off the platform there, it's as if a great load has been lifted off her shoulders. I think her first was good, but I think 83 now has really given her a little bit more confidence, and she's going to relax a little bit more.
So a pretty busy field here today. 16 lifters in this women's 77 category.
Almost split into two distinct groups, isn't it? You've got the very young ones who fight it out in the first number of lifts in the competition, and then you move on to the more experienced and higher credentialed lifters who will then fight at the, and I guess you could almost throw in a middle group there who are around the 200 kilo total mark. So the bar is loaded at 87 kilograms. This will be the third and final attempt for Madeline Agnew of New Zealand. She's taking 3 attempts in succession. In some ways it's not a bad deal because she gets to avoid the traffic that's going to be happening just a little in a few attempts time. In no doubt there'll be some sort of a traffic jam with all those lifters juggling their weights. So she was confident with that second attempt, and it's a 4 kilo increase rather than the 3 she took between first and second. Close attempt, so the 4 kilo increase was probably the right call. She had it momentarily locked out, but just couldn't control it.
So the first of the Aussies then.
Isabel, also a junior, 18 years old.
But she's got some form. I mean, she's done the IWF Worlds.
Yes.
That was last year when she picked up a silver medal and broke 3 national youth records on her way through to that silver medal in Lima. 88 kilos is on the bar for her. Gets it away.
Now she's a very enthusiastic lifter. You're going to see a lot of emotion on the platform, and she's happy with that.
Gee, that's a pretty handy lift by her, you know. I mean, at the 24 Worlds in Bahrain, where she finished 7th, she lifted a 75.
Yes, she's been. I mean, she's young, so all those young lifters are more than likely will move through a number of weight categories as they progress. She's moved up a couple of weight categories in the last 3 years or so, and has been improving consequently as a result of that, getting bigger and stronger. She's also currently ranked first in Australia as a senior lifter. Keeping in mind that the top 2 lifters in Australia have not competed this year, so it'll be interesting to see how. And one of those is Isabella Andueza.
And here is Alyssa Roy then. And as I said, 4 Kiwis at work here in this women's category today. Looking for a total. As we were saying, the Kiwis, the magic number for any New Zealand lifter out here today would be that 218 mark. So she wants to get there as quickly as possible, I would suggest.
It's a solid starting attempt. She's on her way.
So here's the Thai lifter, Shilinda Tangdi. And is backing up after a gold medal at the Southeast Asian Games with a 214 total back last year. And this 225 entry total that she's brought to us here in Apia is about 11 kilos better than that. So she also has put on a few kilos in the last little while, Rob.
Yeah, she's definitely on the improve.
Biggest lift yet so far in the women's, 77.
So I'm just wondering if she's been left out of the Thai team for the Asian Championships, which are on in 15 days. So she's here to show the selectors that, no, I'm still around and I'm still competing internationally.
It'll be interesting to see what sort of a level she can bring. Okay, Heather Curtis then, another of these New Zealanders. Got a PB of around 212. Wow. She told me before comp today that she just wanted to get out there and have a little bit of fun and enjoy it. She's a school teacher and ex-UK as it turns out.
She's 36. Sorry. Yes, 36. So she's doing well. And if she's going to enjoy it, you enjoy your lifting more with successful attempts.
Grills comes out for her second at 92. Again, amazing to think that her entry total of 206 here is 30 kilos above what she scored at the 2024 World Champs. Your point again, Rob, the improvement in these kids, just incredible. And there's experience for you. Not panicking, highly emotive, very emotional, no panic whatsoever. And deep in that squat, younger lifters might have had a slight panic down there.
Presence of mind is something that we've said a number of times during this championships. And while she's bubbly and effervescent and shows a lot of emotion, her lifting is of an excellent standard. She fights all her lifts and she has good technique.
And another lifter who comes to the sport of weightlifting via CrossFit as well. I tell you what, a number of our competitors have been introduced to Olympic weightlifting via CrossFit, and here's another of those, Isabel of Australia.
This is probably Isabella's, I would say, third ever weightlifting competition. So her first international, and I think she's only had 2 competitions behind her before this. She's very fit, very strong. The snatch is not her strong point. Coming into the sport at a fairly late age, weightlifting, she's 30. And under these conditions, she may find it just a little bit hard. She needs to control her nerves. For the last few months, she's been training with Eileen Chikamatana, and Paul Coffer has taken her under his wing.
And there he is with her at the moment. So a few words of wisdom as well.
Well, she's going to be getting the best advice that she's going to get from Paul. She's familiar with him as a coach, so she'll get the message.
So 93 weights on the bar for her. And speaking of Paul Coffer and the team that he puts together, there's Eileen Chikamatana in the mix as well, giving her some support as she steps out onto this wonderful platform here in Apia at the IBFC Universal Cup. Second attempt for the Australian, 93 kilos. Well, the words of wisdom must have paid off, because she stabilizes under that 93, and she'll be feeling a lot better now.
Yeah. Look, she's strong enough, she's determined enough, she's talented, but when you've only had a couple of competitions under your belt and then you're on the international stage, it takes a lot.
Well, back to Isabel Grills, who now comes out. In fact, not. She's going to take more. So Hayley Whiting is going up, the New Zealander. So this is Hayley Whiting. Took out the gold medal, you might remember, in Auckland in the women's 76. No, we're going ahead. So it's just getting a little bit busy around the mid-90 marks here as the guns start to move.
Well, this is the traffic jam that we predicted would be coming around between the 92, 96 kilogram range. They're all juggling.
So she's going higher as well. So yet more. We'll get a view out the back, I think, at the nominating table soon. But Isabella, the Australian, looks like she's going to go out next on a night. No, she's going up. So that brings in Samantha Walker now, the other Australian.
Sam is from Perth, Western Australia, and also trains at the Ox Club with the Saxton, under the tutelage of Jay Saxton and Andy Saxton.
Well, she's getting into rarefied air here. Her best snatch is 100. Oceania Youth Junior Championships in Melbourne. Got a gold medal there with that 100. So starting at a 95. See whether she can just sort of knock this over, get into the groove here, and then put a little bit more on that 100 by the time she gets round to a third lift. 95 opener for Sam Walker. Knocks her back a little bit.
maybe tightened up a little bit as a result, rushed it. Pull wasn't as high as you would like it, and just not being able to stabilize and get up. Now this is the highest ranked New Zealander.
She finished with a bronze medal at the Commonwealth Championships in India last year. Fell on handles of 95 with her first attempt. As we were saying, one of 4 New Zealanders.
Her best at the championships that you mentioned in India was 96, so she's operating at or near her top level.
Yep, her entry total is 212. So here's Taiwo from Nigeria, the sole female entrant. And Rob, to your point, that she's probably chasing Commonwealth rankings here as well.
She needs to be really on form to be able to do that. 236 is the total that's in front of her from Nigeria, and that was very comfortable. So far so good.
And that's a wonderful opener for her, because that's her best ever. That's her PB at 95. So the competition bringing the best out of the Nigerian at the moment. Flew in yesterday and out on the platform today. Alyssa Roy.
Her first attempt looked solid enough, so we would look for her to be successful with this one. Let's have a look. Oh, she lifts it, but that right arm, I think, is going to draw some red lights.
Let's see what they say. She walks away confidently.
No, I think that it's a rueful smile, I think.
I didn't see the lights flash.
No,
though.
neither did I. We don't know whether that was a good lift or not.
No, they're putting a red mark through it on the scoreboard. Okay, Faleata here from Thailand, her second attempt. Getting pretty close to her best ever. That's the... goes to the platform.
I guess I'm the last one to speak about, yelling or screaming while you're lifting. But I often find that if you're screaming just a little bit too early, you're either trying to build up your own confidence or sometimes you're letting out too much air from your lungs and it doesn't really work. And that was the case then. This is Heather Curtis, the lifter that you said was just out here to have fun and enjoy herself.
Yeah, and that's
so a success here would go a long way towards that.
Indeed.
Oh, I think the referees may be tested here as well. Yeah, let's have a look at the lights if they come up this time.
We didn't get them before. Curtis is no lift again. We're not seeing the lights, so unfortunately that's a no lift for Heather Curtis there. The New Zealand or Auckland school teacher. She's going to come back and have another crack at that 95. Yeah. She's looking for a 212. That's an entry total. Now, there's been an interjection by the jury. Rob, maybe you can explain for those at home that may be new to this sport that the jury's interceded here. I wonder whether there's been a protest put in by the New Zealand camp, of which they have a right to. Yes. They're looking at this picture that you can see in picture now. See whether you can see a defect, and maybe, Rob, you talk us through it.
I think the problem was there was an upward movement at the top of her lift, and it was whether did she shift her shoulders or did her arm press out. So looking at that,
There it was there. Just that little dip as she comes out of squat.
just a tiny one.
Just there.
Yeah. But I'm still not 100. I'd like to see that again. Maybe the jury would like to see it again.
But you're very generous in your
No,
reviews.
that's no. She definitely caught it on slightly bent arms and then extended. But gee, it was hard to tell.
This competition is still stopped. Is the deliberation over? We're not sure. The scoreboard says that they're still deliberating. We've got lifters stacked up down the corridor of champions wanting to get out here on the platform. And according to the electronic scoring system, it should be the Australian, no, Alyssa Roy now.
Sam Walker may have decided to move up, but we'll wait and see.
Okay, so yep, they ruled that lift no good.
So it was a little bit unusual there. 2 lifts, successive lifts, both successfully elevated overhead, but neither one to the satisfaction of the judges.
Alyssa Roy then on a second visit to Samoa. She was here a year or so ago for the under-23s, but was injured back then, couldn't take part. Travelled to Apia, so here's a chance for her to set the record straight.
Oh.
And she's going to have to be content with her 92.
Had she been able to control that and stand up, that was a better effort. There was no press at all there. It went up to straight arms, but it must have been just a little bit in front of her and she couldn't hold it.
Tangi from Thailand is going to come out next with her third attempt, also at 95. The Southeast Asian Games gold medalist. And of course, Southeast Asian Games, major event in that part of the world. 11 Southeast Asian nations compete for it, so standards are pretty high, and she's bringing that down here to Apia. 95, third attempt. Clatters to the ground, so her 92 stands as well. There's a little bit of a dam around the 95 mark. Hayley Whiting, New Zealand, going to come out next. She's asking for 96. Must be feeling good in warm-up, because Hayley was initially nominating a 94, but she's come out at 96 here, Rob.
I think she'd succeeded with her first at 94, did she not?
Yeah. Well, we're seeing it for the first time here as a first effort.
Right.
And the digital data is showing
Yes,
that, whether
yes,
that's
correct.
been
No,
written
you're
off.
right.
Gold medal at the Oceania Championships back in 24. Fifth at the Birmingham Commonwealth Games with a 93 snatch back then. And did a 92 when Auckland hosted that Oceania Championships a couple of years ago. She didn't want that. The magic number for the Kiwis is that 218. That's going to really bother the national selectors if they could knock that today.
That's right, Theron's already got those lifts on the board. So she's defending her position, and the challengers need to exceed that 217.
Well, the qualified physiotherapist here runs her own studio in Mount Maunganui. So another one of the Kiwis then going to have a crack at this. Georgia Theron's coming out.
Well, that could be just the 1 kilo increment, because Theron succeeded with 95 on her first, so I'd be surprised if she came out for this 96. There's the change coming through.
Absolutely.
So the call is back on Whiting.
Pressure then on Haley.
And as 2 other lifters were called for their attempts, she's not going to have the 2 minutes rest, even though she is taking successive attempts.
Interesting that she's come down the weight category as well, hasn't she, moving into this? So obviously chasing this category for Glasgow, I would say.
Yeah, I guess she's assessed where her best chances lie, and
She's brought it
she's
down
of
the
the
category.
opinion it's in this weight category.
96, second attempt. Oh no, she's overcooked it again. Well, she's really got some work to do now. The gold medalist from Auckland a couple of years ago come down a body weight, chasing places at the Glasgow Commonwealth Games, and cruising through the mayhem for the Kiwis is this young girl, Isabel Grills from Australia, her 3rd attempt at 96.
This would be a great lift for her. It's not long ago, I know she's moved up weight categories, but it wasn't that long ago that she was clean and jerking this. So this would be a...
Well, you're right, because I've got her doing a 75 in Bahrain just 2 years ago.
Yeah, so this would be a great lift for her. Oh,
And just like
Close.
Haley, Isabel dropping it down her back as well. Boy, it's got them flustered at the moment. This 96, they're trying to break through it, but they can't. The big guns are going to be in operation soon,
they're all bunched on 92 kilos at the moment, aren't they?
aren't they? They're stacking in at 92. Let's see whether Isabella can break through now. The golden touch of Paul Coffer and Eileen Thickamatana. See whether it's
Now,
had
if
an
she
impact.
succeeds with this, that would be her best ever in competition as well. So a lot of motivation, but a lot of pressure also with this lift. Oh, we've seen so many lifts lost behind here.
96 goes down again. It is just a bulwark against progression.
Now with Haley Whiting, often what happens if you reduce in body weight and come down, you retain a lot of the strength, but sometimes it's just that last little bit to be able to hold the weight overhead is where you start to lose it through that reduction in body weight.
And it's critical time now. Haley Whiting looking at the dreaded bomb. She's got to get this. She's under serious pressure here. Wow, the Kiwi comes good. What a relief. That was a bomb she was staring at. 96, she does it. She gets the breakthrough.
She was almost relieved too early. She started to smile, and then the weight had a bit of a say in it. No, you haven't got it yet. So she had to, oops, I'm nearly losing it. And she finally got it.
So she avoids the dreaded bomb. Look at the relief on the face of Haley there. Okay, Sam Walker going to come and break this deadlock. She comes out with a 97. West Australian.
Sometimes it's not a bad strategy. Avoid that jinxed weight and move up.
Let's get it on. Well, she put that 95 down. She's come out with 2 more. First attempt. Bit of a strategy here. See if she can break this deadlock. Holds it nicely once again. Deep in that squat. But you could see the wonderful adjustment deep down, and she brings it out, the 97.
She kept her cool. She showed a lot of maturity for a junior lifter. That was well done. Adjusted down there, held it, confident.
That's a nice lifting. Okay, so the breakthrough is on. They've got through the 96 barrier. Now let's see whether Heather Curtis can knock over this 37. 97, I should say. 95 she put down. She's come back out with a 97 as well.
Yeah, if she misses this, she's going to lose 5 kilos on on her total because, as you said, she's missed 95 on her second. Well, she elevated it, but it was ruled out. So that probably gave her the confidence, well, if I can just perform just that little bit better and not press out, then she's strong enough to get this way.
Her second international event.
Oh, get up.
Oh,
That's a great
wow.
lift.
The crowd roars. The Kiwi delivers. Nice lifting.
Nice lift. Nice
Heather
lift.
Curtis pulls off the big 97. She will be stoked. Absolutely stoked with that.
She performed really well. Nice pull. Close to the body. Good finish.
Puts her into the lead.
Wow.
Theron going to do something about that. The next Kiwi going to try and take a kilo off her right now with 98. New Zealanders stacking up here. They've got 4 of them at work here in the 77s. Here comes Georgia, 98, second attempt. She's off the front of the platform.
Wow.
She walks 98 off the front of the platform. Automatic disqualification. No good. What happened, Rob?
She seemed to have it, and then it was just drifting forward, so she decided to chase it. Just came too close to the edge of the platform. And as she was chasing it, also to make things more difficult for her, her feet crossed. So not only was she chasing the bar forward, but her balance was off as well. Certainly the pull was easy enough, and she had it locked out, but just that smidgen in front. This is the weight 98 that she missed at last year's Commonwealth Championships.
Yet to see one lifter, and I tell you what, this packed Faleata complex is waiting for her. Haven't seen stowers yet, the mighty Samoan, yet to lift. All this being sorted out, Stowers hasn't even set foot on the platform yet. Boy, we're waiting for her. Got the Nigerian to come out as well with her second attempt.
Yeah, she just took another warm-up lift because it's been a long wait for her there. So Liadi, she just took a 95 snatch on the warm-up platform, which looked comfortable enough.
Okay, Theron's got to keep her feet on the platform now. No more walking with 98 kilos over her head. This will be big, and it'll be for the lead. And it'll move her 1 kilo ahead of Curtis as well. This time she gets it with a nice big smile. So New Zealand currently leading the women's 77. But we've got a couple of big guns about to unload here. Layadi from Nigeria about to come out, hit the 3 digits. Studying at Polytechnic. Got into Apia last night, chasing the all-important Commonwealth rankings points available at this event.
Sometimes it's not a bad strategy to arrive just before you lift. We usually found it's better to get there 1 or 2 days before you lift, or 2 weeks before you lift, and in between was often a little bit distracting. Easy.
Oh, looking strong. It'll be fascinating to look at what her compatriot Nigerians are doing as well, Rob. But that's the lead there. So
she needs it because she's chasing a total of 237.
So Nigeria then leading momentarily, but Sam Walker might want to do something about that and match the 100. Here comes Walker, the Australian. So it was initially New Zealand, then Nigeria, now Australia going to have a crack at this women's 77. Third attempt, yet to see Stowers. Boy, the roof is going to be lifted here when she steps out, I tell you. Overcooked that one, so 97 is her best. Still is the Nigerian. Taiwo leading with 100. Stowe is yet to come. One more lift to the Nigerian. Down the corridor of champions. And the pictures now that you're seeing here are being relayed out into the main arena. And there's the reaction. This wonderful, humble champion been lifting some monster weights in training.
105 on the bar now.
So the Nigerian with some work to do. 95 first, 100 second, 105 the third lift. Power! That pull, Rob. What a pull. Did you see it?
She'll be happy with that. She'll be happy with that.
Did you see that pull off the platform? Look at the speed of that.
Yeah. That's a strong finish, yeah.
Wow. Well, all the way from Savai'i, still competing in the youth, the junior and the senior championships. Gold medal at the Commonwealth Championships. Gold at the Mini-Pacific Games. I think we'll just shut up and let the crowd roar her into action here, Rob, because believe me, the noise. 108 for the lead, first lift. The Nigerian currently leading with that 105. Here's the Samoan hometown champ.
This is already a youth world record.
Looking for it.
107 is the current record. This is 108.
And there it is. Breaking the Oceania records on the way through as well. Brilliant record-breaking lift. Brilliant junior record then.
And of course, Oceania-wise, that cuts right through youth, junior and senior.
It does indeed. Well, just smashes it.
Now we'll see what her second attempt is going to be. The current Commonwealth junior record is 111. Held by Samoa of Canada.
Wow, what a rapturous welcome she got. I mean, the credentials, the CV of this young lifter, and she's going 112. Well, she's going after it, Rob.
So that would constitute a
Commonwealth junior record.
Yeah, but also a Commonwealth senior record as far as the latest records are.
Wow, that's incredible. And the man that steered this team is out there as well. One of the products of that, of course, Upolu, the Olympian.
So this would be every record that you can think of that's available to her. All the Oceanias, all the Commonwealth, and all the world records.
At junior level.
The world records are at youth level, but Oceania and Commonwealth wise, it's right across. Youth, junior and senior.
Incredible. 112 kilos on the bar.
It was close, but her right arm wasn't locked there. So I think she was trying to control it. If she'd pushed that out, it looks like a press out. But if it's not locked, you can't really hold it.
Just showing Jerry Warwick there, that right arm of hers. And again, presence of mind, not overcooking it, not persisting, walking away. True pro. 112 kilos on that bar. Yes, you can just see the wobble in slow-mo there. Rob, you picked it up straight away, but she wasn't going to muck around out there. She got it done, threw it away, and is going to come back and have another crack now, we hope.
Often also, if you look at it, while she was pulling the bar, the arm that was about to press out was bent as she was pulling the bar. Her left arm was straight. So it just shows the importance of keeping both arms straight as you're pulling in the snatch.
Remember, of course, the snatch is the lift in which the lifter is trying to get the weight directly overhead with no interruption, comprising basically the two elements. The first pull off the platform that Rob's been talking about, and then that second pull where it's maximizing velocity as it moves up over the lifter's head into that receive position. And that's where it just slightly unraveled for her then.
Yep, absolutely. Keeping in mind that the approach generally in weightlifting is, we say the arms are ropes and the hands are hooks. They're not the ones that are doing the work. Anytime the arms interfere into that process is where you strike problems.
Well, she's already got the gold medal, of course, in the snatch with that big 108. Heading the field by 3. Now, this massive 112, she's got it. More records for this precociously brilliant 17-year-old. And Rob, just confirm the records, if you would, for us with what she got with that big 112. So just review and confirm for us what you got with that 112, if you would, Rob.
Well, 112 records right across the board in Oceania, youth, junior and senior. Likewise in the Commonwealth, youth, junior and senior record, 112. And world record wise, it's a world youth record.
Brilliant lifting.
And let's throw in Samoan records as well.
Incredible. And there you can see it, that magnificent 112 there. So we are coming to the end of the first session here today. This mighty and magnificent Thursday here in Apia, Samoa, and this packed auditorium here at Faleata, enjoying and revering their champion, Sienna Stowers, as she just decimates records seemingly nonchalantly, comes out and wraps up the snatch with that big 108, and then goes on that record haul of 112. Brilliant lifting by her. The lifters have got a break. The lifters have a break for the next 10 minutes. We're going to take a little bit of a break as well, and when you come back, we'll be out on the platform with a clean and jerk and see whether this amazing Samoan champion can do more. We'll be back shortly. by the amazingly audacious Sienna Summers. And here's this big lift, Rob Cabas. What can you say about this? This is just incredible snatch.
Yes, there was a little hiccup with her second attempt where she caught the bar with one unlocked arm, and she had the presence of mind not to, she tried to control it, but had the presence of mind not to worry about completing the lift, saved her energy for her third attempt, which was completed without any problem at all.
Absolutely brilliant. And this again is, that was the questionable. You see,
that's the one that we mentioned.
To Rob's point, you see, rather than go through with it and try and persist and intimidate judges and so on, she didn't. She threw the weight away, gave herself a little bit more breathing space to come back. And if you look at her position there, you'll see that in 10th position, Stowers, after that red 112, comes back and nails it with that third. And that is the record-breaking lift. 17-year-old, absolutely phenomenal. Our sponsors, of course, are absolutely thrilled with that as well. IBFC, the finance company, major naming rights sponsor here in Samoa. Vodafone, thank you, Vodafone. MBS Samoa, of course, if you need them, call MBS. Samoa Tourism Authority. Who wouldn't want to come to Samoa and see some of this, some of these spectacular events that the Samoa Tourism Authority can put on? Culture as well, the history of this place, absolutely gorgeous. And of course, the way it looks as well. We love Samoa. Vailima Brewers, well known across Samoa and around the region as well. And the Samoan National Olympic Committee, what would we do without them and their wonderful work that they do in promoting and developing sport in this wonderful country. And it ripples out from here, of course, all the way across the Pacific, across Oceania and around the world. Great to be here. Brendan Telfer with you. Robert Cabas, Olympian from Los Angeles, a silver medal back in '84. The year that the big man Dean Lucan got that gold, and also went on to win 3 gold medals in consecutive Olympic Games. Rob, big day for us and a big day for these young lifters as well.
Yes, absolutely. After the excitement of the leaders in the snatch, we now come back in the clean and jerk, and led off by these very young lifters, all of them making their debut in international competition. And they're having their own little battle as well. There are medals available for them in the youth and junior category.
So yes, Fiji in the, I mean, it's incredible when you think that Fiji was traveling with only 15 squad members just a year or so ago, and they're up here in Samoa with 26. They've got 5 schools now, part of their development program, and they're signing more. And these young girls are coming through that school program.
Incredible. You need to build that big base of young talent, and out of those you will get the big performance at the sharp end at Commonwealth and Olympic Games level. But without that base of youth lifters building up, then you're going to be struggling. So with these very young lifters, you're trying to deal with whatever nerves they've got, and also with their limited experience as far as technique goes and responding to what happens on the platform. And that would be the coach's job, to try and build up their confidence to get the best out of those lifters.
Well, here's a young Samoan making her international debut. Clean and jerk time. 2 movements, of course, for those new to the sport. There's the clean. Lifter given the opportunity to set for the jerk. Looks pretty good to me. Rob, no problems there.
No. She settled down well because she was understandably nervous in the snatch, because I got a sneak preview while we were looking in the warm-up room, and she missed a number of lifts in the warm-up, which would increase her anxiety. So the coaches wisely reduced her starting attempt in the snatch. She got through that, and as we always say, the clean and jerk is a little bit more forgiving. As if you have any minor errors, you've got the chance to correct them during the lift. You know, you can bring the weight to your chest first, then drive it overhead.
And here is one of the products of that school system in Fiji. It worked right here. This young 17-year-old. Just holding on. Boy, that's good of her. Let's see whether she can just recover now. Oh, good. I reckon they're going to give it to her. Boy, that was a bit of a struggle, but she got there. She gutted it up. And they have given it to her as well. Just have a look at the replay. Well, what happened? Looks like a grit problem on the left.
She caught it very, very low in the bottom position, so as a result wasn't able to get her elbows up in the correct position. I think that jerk is okay. So she has a wide grip. The thing with a wide grip is it helps you in the jerk, but where it doesn't help you is getting the bar onto your chest. You often will catch it lower than you would like, and it also makes it much more difficult to get your elbows up. So number one, so that they're clear of your knees, so you would safeguard against any injury, and it's also against the rules if it touches the knee.
Don't you love it when junior baby lifters start coaching?
Yeah.
Here's a head coach just making the point as well.
Yeah.
It's just gorgeous.
And I think he was making the point what we were just talking about, which is getting your elbows up, because and also if you catch the bar low and then shove it up your chest, that's also counted as an illegal move, as in two movement. I mean, that's where the terminology of the word clean comes from. You have to get it up to your chest in one clean movement, and hence the terminology.
Yeah, so the young contingent here doing their thing. And for them, what a day to debut your international career. I mean, it is just such a unique experience.
Absolutely.
I mean,
if you can avoid getting overawed by the experience, then you just enjoy it and look forward to reliving it. You know, it inspires you to train hard to taste this one more time or many more times.
Even a wizened old man like you is getting a big buzz out. Henrielda leading her out. Faleata then coming out for her final lift in this competition. It's 58 kilos. And boy, what memories will she carry into her young life after today?
And the other lesson they learn too also is that they can work through their nerves, deal with them. That was a much better clean.
And I think she's pretty happy about that.
Well, I think she should get that lift. If she got the one before, this was better. So, yeah. They're consistent.
Team Fiji in the bleachers giving it the thumbs up as well. So her Universal Cup is done. She comes away with a nice 98, her final result. And in fact, that was a big PB as well, just checking, by 3. So she matched the PB with the 55. Just checking the record books, that was a PB, so she's also improved her totals as well by 3 as well. So congratulations.
Yep, that's a great performance. Because I think for many years people were saying, oh, if you go to an international competition and you get anywhere near your best, you've done well. But I think you've got to be in the mindset that I'm on the international platform. I want to exceed my best.
Alina here, also one of these young ones, studying her stuff. She's had the benefit of some Oceania training work as we were saying before, and spent a little bit of time up here in Samoa as well, just sort of having a look at how the champs go about their business.
Yep. And I think part of the attraction of weightlifting too is that the audience gets to really focus on each athlete, get a glimpse of their personality, rather than some other sports maybe where you don't get that personal interaction with the athletes.
Well, the crowd are going to give it to her. So too will the judges. A couple of famous faces up there as well. Look, she's absolutely stoked with the 60.
Yeah.
Stoked.
So you can see each athlete's approach to the platform. There are many ways to skin a cat, as they say, and there's no one correct or regular approach that you should have. So she's jumping up and down. She's enthusiastic, whereas Fanifa before her, she succeeded. I'm sure she was happy with the lift, but she walked off the platform as if she was carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders.
Here's Zoe from New Caledonia, another teenager, 15 years of age from New Cal. The former synchronized swimmer fell in love with weightlifting during training for synchronized swimming and is now part of this young New Cal team that's finding his feet here in Apia as well.
Now she got a personal best in the snatch, so we know that she's in good form, but it would have helped her confidence. Let's see if she can do the same in the jerk.
Well, she'll be looking for a 65, so keep an eye out.
65,
Yep.
okay.
Now, as we wait for the youngies to go through their preparations, we've got to keep an eye on the big guns later on as the big weights start to come to play in this women's 77 and totals as well. And with 4 Kiwis at work, Rob, there's a magic number that we'll all keep in mind, which is 218, which is a number that they would like to trouble the selectors with.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so here's Alina then, the former track and field athlete from Fiji. Used to be a sprinter. Once again, another one of these young athletes that fell in love with weightlifting as part of a training regime.
It makes sense if you're a sprinter, you've got the fast twitch muscles that you need for weightlifting as well. There's a lot in common between sprinters and weightlifters.
That's right. Wow. Handy off the platform. Well, she spent a little bit of time away from home, Alina, and it looks to be paying off. Team Fiji in loud voice, but they're going to have to work hard against the noise of this crowd. Well, here is Zoe going to have a crack at that PB.
All right, so this would equal her best,
yep,
as far as we know. Her first one was comfortable. Now, if this equals her best in the jerk, then I would imagine that would be a personal best total for her, because she's combining this with a personal best snatch. You would think her total is now a personal best, a new personal best.
And what a great place to do it, because again, when she gets home and she lets everybody know that she's cleaning her and snatching above her best.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's an achievement you can be proud of. So any competition that you enter, regardless of where you place, if you can go back with a personal best, then you know you've done your best when and where it counts.
Well, here's another young lady that just knocked the 60 out of the park. Let's see whether she can finish off her tournament with a 65 here.
She was very happy with her last one. Let's hope not too happy, because you still have one left to go. You don't want to be contented. Oh, happy with.
Well, what a learning curve for her. Maria then, her best is the 60 with a 103 total for her. So this battle amongst these debutant lifters.
Well, her entry total was 100, so 103 would indicate that she's had a good day.
Well, it would be great to see Zoe get the 68 to wind up her outing here in Samoa.
She definitely looks capable. Her last attempt of 65 didn't look like it was pushing her to an absolute maximum, so she definitely has a shot at this. Oh, not quite. And
Okay.
that was her first stumble for the day. She's got 5 out of 6 attempts, a good solid performance, and a personal best total.
Indeed, at 121. So New Caledonia is done. Faleata from Fiji is done. Here's Alina then with her last lift. The other young lifter from Fiji.
Now we know that she's strong enough, but in the snatch where she was power snatching it, when she was forced to go into a slightly lower position, it showed that she's still working on that. It's not quite there, so let's see what happens here. If she's able to power clean this, will it force her into an uncomfortable position? We'll see how it goes. No, she's strong enough to power clean it.
Just makes it. Fiji fans are happy with a good lift. So that's a great effort by the young Fijian with a 125 total for her, 70 to finish off proceedings.
One thing that she needs to be careful of, she edged close to the end of the platform there, and she controlled it within the platform, so that's fine. But then she just dropped the bar without paying attention to where the bar is going. If she drops the bar and it bounces off the platform, then it's a no lift. So these are the things that she'll pick up as she matures and gains more experience.
So speaking of young talent, here's the Nauruan, Noti Chrislin. She's going to get her campaign underway at 80. She's only 15 years of age. These are the names that will be, I'm sure, Rob, coming back to in the next couple of years or so. Wow. 15-year-old punches out a nice 80.
I think she's a real talent, and she's lifting pretty much, whether she's copied it or whether they're all coached this way, very much like the world record holder here who's helping her in the warm-up area.
They're having a little bit of fun, and they're obviously talking about the camera. And again, as we've been saying, it's just such great training for these kids that they get used to this type of scrutiny. There's great public interest in what they're getting up to, these young teenagers.
And it should be fun. I mean, they are young girls at the end of the day. This should not be life and death. Yes, take it seriously. Make sure that you're, using the correct technique to get the best out of yourself.
And there's the world champ just having a bit of a laugh, just slapping her thighs around.
Yeah, you've got to be able to relax at the right moment. You can't be wound up all the time at any competition, whether it's the Olympic Games or whatever, because you suffer for it. You need to have the right time to relax, have a bit of a look around you.
Well, that was a nice 80 that she got away first up. Let's see what she can do with the 85, second attempt, 15 years of age. She put together 3 lovely snatches, a 60, 65 and 70. Here's this roll technique you've been telling us about, Rob.
Yep, it's consistent, and that's what you look for in your routines.
The noise here, I tell you, is just fabulous. You can't even hear the bar hit the platform. The noise.
No, exactly. So and you're hoping that the lifters can hear the signal to put the bar down.
I mean, usually in weightlifting, there's a lot of clatter around the platform.
Yeah.
I haven't heard it for days.
Yeah. And that's why there's also a light that comes on to indicate that you can put the bar down. But we've seen a number of times where the central referee has also had to signal manually because the lifter has just not been aware of. And you know, when you're in the zone out there and lifting and busting, you've got to hold the weight over your head. I will say that 99% of the time, I never actually heard or saw the down signal. It's just something that registers, yep, I got it, and you put it down. You're not doing it down on autopilot. Obviously, you're aware that you've received it. But if I think back after the competition, I can't recall hearing the down signal. I can't recall seeing it. I don't recall the crowd yelling. I don't recall my coach yelling any instructions.
Well, here then is young Nate, the 15-year-old from Nauru. And here she's attempting a 6 from 6 lift. Clean all morning here in the women's 77. No, I'm sorry, Nate. I didn't mean to jinx you.
So that was her first miss for the day. The advantage of doing a power clean is that you're saving a lot of energy. You're saving a little energy from your legs, and it doesn't take as long. You're not busting your gut to stand up with the bar. The disadvantage is that you haven't rehearsed that movement of getting under the bar, and often it can catch you unawares. Just the timing is just not quite there, and while you're strong enough, you're just not able to complete the lift.
Okay, well, let's move on now. Bigger weights. 3 figures, 103 goes on the bar for Madeline Agnew, the first of the 4 Kiwis. And as we were saying with Rob earlier on, he was pointing out New Zealand Commonwealth qualifying. The magic number is 217, probably 218 is what they want here to impress the New Zealand selectors. Agnew then 104.
I think Agnew is focusing on the junior competition, and the Commonwealth Games is the target for the other 3 to contest.
Yep.
And they've all put themselves in the running. They all came through with really crucial lifts to keep them in the running.
For the next of the Kiwis, Alyssa Roy is suggesting she's going to come out next. So Agnew away with her 104. Here comes Roy with her first at 105. But you make the point, of course, about the junior and youth competition here as well, which is an important factor. we here, as far as our TV coverage is concerned, we're certainly acknowledging that performance and those efforts, but essentially we're looking at the IBFC Universal Cup in terms of our TV coverage, Rob.
Yes, absolutely. We're looking at how the session goes, and regardless of whichever group that you're contesting, you're out there as a weightlifter, and you're looking around you at everybody there. So you want to lift as much as you can, and you want to lift, if possible, more than the other lifters.
Let's just have a quick look at what is happening out on the platform at the moment, because it looks like there's been an interjection by the jury. They've brought matters to a close. As we were saying, if you were with us earlier on when this happened, the jury at any time can intervene in proceedings and bring its opinion to bear on what might be happening out on the platform.
So they must be looking at the 103 that Madeleine Agnew has just done on her first attempt. I'm not sure what the issue is there, and normally you would see a replay on the main screen for the jury to review, and that's not happening at the moment. So
yeah,
not only is there a delay because the jury has asked to look at it again, there seems to be a problem with
getting the image to them.
Getting the image for them to review.
I'm just looking down. I can just sneak over their shoulder. They should be looking at a monitor just in front of the jury, but I don't think, yes, now they've just got the image now, so now they can review. We might get a sneak of that as well in just a moment. We'll be able to see what they're looking at.
Yes, normally it's reviewed also on the main scoreboard, so the crowd can also see what's happening. But at the moment, none of us can see what's happening.
No, nor can the jury.
Yeah.
So the scene is set then. If you're just joining us for the first time, we saw some extraordinary lifting earlier on today in this particular category with the hometown favourite. Siani Stowe is just
so I think what's happened is they're not actually reviewing Madeleine Agnew's lift. I think what's happened is that she had actually called for 104 and the bar was loaded to 103.
And they've
so she's
restored it.
been granted another first attempt because they've confirmed the fact that the change came through in time and she was entitled to have 104 for her first attempt. Unfortunately for her, yes, she gets another attempt, but she's expended a little bit of energy on that 103.
Here's a 104 then. So she gets it. So order is restored. Heather Curtis will come out from New Zealand with 105 next. So the New Zealanders just beginning to make a little bit of a move.
So I think the delay also was warranted because they wanted to give her enough rest to be able to recover and make the most out of that first attempt that was granted again.
Right, yep. Now it looks like Walker's going to come out, the Australian. Sam Walker next. So again... I
think the Australians are just about to make a change.
So this again is the nominating table here. You can see the various coaches coming in, signing off the slips of paper, passing it on to Lily Cofford down there and left a picture. You can see how she's talking to a microphone to front of house, relaying the details of what the coaches are calling. Yep. Those numbers are stacking out up the front, and then an order is made of the lifters in turn who will come out onto the platform. In this case, it's Alyssa Roy now, who will come out at 106. As Rob was pointing out, the Australians obviously going up. They see that the competition is heating up a little bit. Their idea, of course, is to play to the strengths of their lifter, minimise the weaknesses, and try and exploit the weaknesses of the competition. This is Alyssa Roy, 106, New Zealand, first attempt.
I think Alyssa would have hoped for a little bit more in the snatch, but she was only successful with her first attempt. So she's just a little bit off the pace compared to the other competitors from New Zealand. But that's a good starting attempt, 105.
Well, her second time here in Samoa, came here for the under-23s a year or so ago. Didn't take any part in that because of injury and was a spectator, but this time she's right in it. So now Sam Walker You saw the Australian coaches approach the table, so this is the adjustment that they've made for her, and she's going to come out at 107. She was down to start at 105, so they must be feeling that she's got a little bit in the tank here to have a crack with the 2 extra start. And that puts her just 3 kilos off what I have as a best ever snatch. So Walker doing well now.
Well, that was a solid first attempt. No problem with her going up.
So Roy now going to come back out as we look at the Australians beginning to stack. And again, for those of you maybe new to the sport, a little bit of psychology can take place in this waiting area. You'll often see lifters stalk, sideways look at the competition, try and suss them out, perhaps even just put a little bit of a barb in, a little bit of psychology sometimes.
Yeah.
Madeline Agnew at 108.
I was always of the mind that if the other lifter is going to the trouble of trying to psych you out, then they must be worried about you, and that's their problem.
Yes, but none of us are as calm, cool and collected as you, Mr. Cabas.
I don't think I've ever been associated with calm, cool and collected.
Here is Madeline.
Ooh, deep bottom position. Strong legs. Oh, well done.
That's a second attempt. 108 for her.
Great effort because basically she's already taken 3 attempts on the platform, so that's got to take a little bit out of you.
Back up to Alyssa Roy then. Going to come out next, we think. Yes, here she is. An Auckland school teacher when she's not lifting weights. And
is Heather Curtis also a school teacher?
Yes, they're both school teachers. So there's something about the education department in New Zealand producing some pretty prodigious weightlifters at the moment. So
I think there's something about it. We'll watch this lift, but.
So Alyssa chasing a 200 plus total, and with this she's going to get that.
That's also a good lift.
109, successfully accomplished.
Yeah, speaking of teachers, as you were before, I know in Australia as well, at past Commonwealth Games, Damien Brown, who was a multiple gold medalist, Simon Heffernan, who was also a multiple medalist, were both school teachers as well. So whether that allows you a little bit of time to train or not, I'm not sure.
18-year-old Isabel Grills comes out for her first 110 clean and jerk. This girl, as we were saying before, got some form. She was at the IWF Worlds in Lima, Peru, where she took a silver and broke all 3 national youth records. 7th in Bahrain the year before as well, where incidentally her clean and jerk back then was a 101. Look at the improvement. Big smile. Very emotive lifter, Rob.
Yes, very much so. And if she gets a personal best, it's going to go up another level. So she's looking good. Let's hope we get there. She's strong overhead. Nice jerk.
Here comes Heather Curtis then.
She's gone up a little bit on what was nominated for her first attempt, but if she wants to have at least any hope of getting that higher total that we were speaking of, that 218, then she needs to really push up.
The crowd very quiet in anticipation of the success of this lift, and they're going to congratulate her with 110. So Heather Curtis, she went to Norway, competed over there. That's just late last year. So she's brought some form back from there, I would suggest, at 110. Ex-UK, now residing and resident of beautiful New Zealand. So that's a 207 total for her already with 2 lifts to come. And her PB is a 212.
Yes, she came through with a vital clutch lift of 97 in the snatch after not getting 95 passed by the referees. So that was a real pressure lift, and she responded magnificently.
Interesting that the coaching staff just took Isabel Grills away from this waiting room area. They're obviously going to just try and get this logjam of lifters out of the way and give her a chance just to maybe loosen up a little bit out the back. Interesting call there. Okay, Sam Walker on 111 next of these young Aussies. They also, of course, have got eyes on Glasgow. Don't you worry about that. Second attempt, 107 was good before. She's sitting on a 204 total. 2 lifts to come to improve that. Aussies going okay. Bit of a New Zealand-Australia bash at the moment. Traditional rivals. Is she carrying something? Is there a little bit of
I
a
don't
hip?
think so. If you don't, we'll have a look in the slow motion here. When she hits that jerk, she just catches it a little bit awkwardly and leans a little bit to her right. So she may have just, see there?
Yep.
She may have just jammed her back a little bit just with that lift.
Yeah, you can just a slight grimace there, not giving away too much, I guess.
That's at least her best total for the year, because the highest total on the Australian ranks was 206. So with that, she's got 208. So at least it's leading the Australian rankings at the moment. And but of course, we've still got Isabella and Wetzer to go.
Yep, here's Madeline Agnew, the Kiwi, currently sitting on a 191. Remember, for New Zealand qualifying, we were mentioning that the magic number for them would be 218, but this is the younger lifter.
Yes, I think her pursuit is doing her best on the international platform and getting some personal best. Wow.
She'll put that one down, 108 then it is for her, and she comes away with a 91 total.
She has a very deep position in that bottom position, and it's going to take a lot of doing to get up. Look, her she almost touches the platform there.
Yeah.
So
two bounces and she's out, unfortunately. Alyssa Roy then, the other New Zealander. So this trans-Tasman battle continues. Kiwis throwing everything at this 112. The Aussies coming back and trying to do the same. Yet to see Stowers, however, the Samoan champ. Will she dispatch the competition with her first lift in the clean and jerk? Remains to be seen, having smashed all sorts of records in the snatch. So she's going to finish up with that 112, and that's going to give her a 204 total. So not enough here in Apia to bother the selectors at the moment for her.
I think it's a reasonable effort for her. Her entry total was 205. I'm guessing maybe that was her previous or her current personal best total. So just 1 kilo under that.
So here's our Southeast Asian Games champ. Just late last year, she won that with a 214 total. And she's up 11 kilos on that total here in Samoa as an entry start at 225. 113 first attempt. Well, that's going to hurt a little bit.
You definitely don't want to see that on your first attempt in the clean and jerk, not being able to get up with it, because miss it in other ways and you think, oh, this is just a miscalculation, a little bit of technique and so on.
Here's the nominating table. You can see the coaches coming in there. And then again, you see the response from Lily Coffer to the left of picture. She's confirming that weight. Now you can see that she's talking to front of house. And you'll hear the MC in just a moment, maybe through our effects mic, call the lifts and get the order right again. We're waiting for this lifter.
So she's going out again, understandably. You know, if you can't get up with your weight, your opening weight, more than likely you're not going to increase, because that's not an indication. Oh, maybe she's going up. They're stopping the clock.
Yep, she's going 113.
I don't know why they would stop the clock.
Well, theoretically the clock restarts, does it not?
The clock should have just kept going, unless they had stopped it to look at something else.
There's a little bit of a glitch, I think, in some of the data coming off for that that desk. 113, critical lift here.
She would need to pull it a little bit higher and bounce out of that clean. That's it.
Now gets to work. A little bit worried about the right elbow.
Yes. I mean, that clean gave her a hard time, and
no lift, unfortunately. So for Chalida from Thailand, she confronts the difficult situation.
So she may choose to take that weight again, or try and eke out a little bit of rest, roll the dice and go for something a little bit more.
I don't think she can
I think
go more.
she's going to, I think she's at her very limit as far as the clean goes.
Yeah, she's redlining at the moment. There's no way that she's going to get much more out of her body today, I'm afraid. I reckon she's just got to sit on the 113 and just try and muscle up as fast as she can. Just get out of that squat real quick.
Yep, just keep that pull going so she can catch it a little bit higher to give her that room to bounce out of that clean.
Yeah.
If the pull is short and she's just jammed into the platform, there's no way she's going to be able to get up.
You heard it from the coach. Rob, I keep telling everybody, they got to start co-opting your services. So, well, looks like she might be going higher.
She's rolling that dice.
That's a big dice to roll.
It is.
Which means that the Australian Georgia Theron is going to come out.
New Zealand.
Sorry. Yep.
Now this is the lifter in the box seat at the moment, Georgia Theron. No, she's not coming out for that, so Isabel. So Georgia's going up.
Here come the Kiwis beginning to roll. Isabel Grills had been down there in that waiting room. They called her out and took her back out.
Yep.
And then brought her back down again, nice and fresh. Just hit the reset button. And here she is now to have a crack at this 115. She was flirting with a 113 a moment ago, but has come back with a 115. Let's see whether the chat out the back and the little reset button is going to set her for this.
This would give her a personal best total. She's currently got 206 on the Australian ranking list. So this would be for a personal best total. She also has this a low bottom position, but she's flexible and she can bounce out of it.
Well, a smile came on the face just before the security, but security did come, and security did save her. 115 kilos is good. Well, you're talking about her totals. That'll do it some good. Rob with a 207 now, hey? All right, well, here comes...
It was a little bit sloppy, but I thought that she would get white lights from the referees, because if there was any question at all about it, she would have received the red lights well before then. They wouldn't have let her struggle to hold that weight.
Well, here comes...
Well, they shouldn't have, theoretically, if that was the case.
Here comes Curtis again. appearing in her second ever big international. Her PB total is 212.
Well, this would equal that.
Yep.
With one more attempt to go. So she would want to get this and then have a look, is it worth having a shot at a really big jump on the last attempt, depending on how this goes.
This is going to test her.
Really rocks back on her heels.
Originally from Cornwall in the beautiful country of England and the UK, now out to New Zealand. All right, Sam Walker then. Couple of Saxtons in tow. Improving on the 111 she just lifted before.
No.
Too much for Sam today, so 111 is her best. For a 208 total for her. So now then, this big gamble by the Thai lifter. She stumbled at 113 twice. She's bought herself a little bit of time to think about what she's got to do to correct. But 115, it's a mighty play by her and all power to it. This is big. She's going to retrieve the situation, because if she doesn't, the bomb awaits. That's the 3 fails, and the 115 was always a huge gamble. So she, alas, is struck out of the clean and jerk competition. The 3 fails, the bomb.
I think you called it. She was operating at her absolute maximum before with 113, so this would have been...
Georgia Theron now, out she comes with her first attempt at 116. So beginning to clear some of the lesser weights away now as the heavy hitters come out to play. Georgia here is one of those. We've got Whiting yet to come out, the other Kiwi, the Nigerian, and of course we've got a young lady from Samoa as Georgia throws the 116 away.
On the one hand, she's opened the door for the other competitors in this competition, but it's what she did last year at the Commonwealth Championships. That's the real target. She did 217 there, so the real target for the other competitors is 218. And you would think at this stage, the only other lifter with a shot at that 218 would be Hayley Whiting.
Wow. Again, you know, looking at Georgia Theron, and again, the progression of some of these weightlifters, Rob, it's just amazing. She was 4th overall out in India in the women's senior 77. Just a few months earlier than that, she was competing in the North Island Championships, winning the seniors as well, with a 181 total. Look at her today. I mean,
it's amazing the motivation that's provided when you see big games like the Commonwealth Games approaching, and you make sacrifices, you're motivated, and yeah, you can be surprised how much improvement you can squeeze out of yourself.
well, Glasgow is obviously beckoning this young athlete, and she's going to try and give herself every chance with this 116. She's got to get it and get something nice happening with a 3rd lift. Well, she'll be thinking to herself, why couldn't I have done that 2 minutes ago? So comfortable.
Yeah, and she did 121 in India last year, so we know that's well within her capabilities.
An incredible progression from that young lifter. You can see things are getting very, very busy in the waiting room. And Paul Coffer working Isabella over here, 117 for her first attempt. Looked a little bit fragile early on after dropping that 93 in the snatch. Came back and got it second time, close with the 96, but here's the 117. This would do her a lot of good.
I think that's a good move. She has a best of 126, but this isn't the place now to be starting on the heavyweight. She needs to consolidate, get her confidence going, and then she can look at making bigger jumps.
Yeah, today is about the comp, I think. Just bring that foot forward. And they like it.
Yeah, there was nothing wrong with the lift. I think she was just shaking off some nerves. There, now she's on the board. She can relax just that little bit. She has cleaned 135, so no doubting her ability.
So Isabel Grill's then going to come out with her final lift of 117. So she did a 110, 115, now the 117 to give her a 209 total if she gets this. Gets it with a second bounce. Now this big drive underneath this bar, maximum speed, and she just doesn't have it. Grill's just not generating that upwards thrust, that speed, the velocity you need. You've got to get underneath that bar real fast. Not quite there, so she finishes up with her 207 total.
Had she succeeded with that, it would have been an Australian junior record, and she would have beaten Noah Heyman's record.
Here comes Hayley Whiting then, had all sorts of dramas in the snatch, coming down a body weight, looking at Glasgow, the physiotherapist, wanting to move on in her career, making a weight adjustment to try and get through to Glasgow. That's the dedication. Oh, it's just not going her way today.
That's what we were saying though about body weight reduction. If you're going to feel it anywhere, it's the clean and jerk, because normally you can't control exactly where you're losing your body weight from, and often what happens is it's your leg power that's affected. So that was consistent with what you expect, depending on how much body weight you had to lose.
Well, Hayley's got some work to do now, because really just having to work so hard to get that 96 with that third snatch. She's poured her first clean and jerk down at 118, and the clock is ticking and inviting her back out onto the platform to come and do it again. I wonder whether the New Zealanders will jump to her rescue here and maybe come in and let her get a little bit more time by jumping in and offering to take a weight. And Cameron McTaggart, who we saw last night in awesome form there as well, just weighing in. You can see him just walking down now the corridor of champions. Simon Kent is in there as well. I must say all the New Zealand heavy hitters are arrayed around this area. Georgia Theron then will step up. So this is going to take a little bit of a load off of Hayley. So I think it's a bit of a team play here by the Kiwis. They might all be gunning for Glasgow, but
with all due respect, I'm not sure team play is going to come into it when there's a spot for the Commonwealth Games up for grabs.
Play the game off. Okay, well, this is interesting because here she comes then.
Now, this is the 218 target we're talking about.
Yeah, well, she's got 214 at the moment with that 116 that she's lifted. She's going to put another 4 on that. So she goes 218 with this, and that's going to really worry the New Zealand selectors and put her right smack into contention for Glasgow. No.
I think her, compared to her other clean, her feet were so far apart on this one that she was really driven right into the platform. Look how far her feet are. So that's a really hard position to get out of.
Well, the New Zealanders have had their way. Now the Australians just beginning to muscle up. Eileen Thikamatana there, helping the Australian. New Zealanders taking up a few square meters in the waiting room.
So now this 121, this is the 218 total that they're all chasing.
Indeed.
It's a roll of the dice.
It's a big one because she's gone from 115, which she dropped, to 121 here. She's got 207 total at the moment.
Yep.
So this is a monster lift for this girl.
She would have to pull out, as you say, a monster lift here.
Biggest she's ever done in her life.
No.
So 207 is hers. So another New Zealander just falls short.
Look, she had to have a crack, and she gave herself the best opportunity. That 97 snatch gave her hope. It gave her the opportunity, and she had to have a crack.
Well, here's Hayley Whiting now coming out, trying to ignore that 118, and she's going to come out with a 122. So she too must...
Yeah, that's the 218 total again. And again, she's here for that sole purpose of trying to qualify for Glasgow.
You know, they're very canny, these Kiwis. Well, I was going down there, sort of fishing around the New Zealand team before we got on air, and we're here for a bit of fun and games, and all of a sudden, you know, you roll out your 218 and it all sort of falls into place.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's Paul Coffer. Look at the concentration on his face as well as he sets his athlete. And just calling the marshal out of the way. He wants her not to have any interruption as she walks out onto this platform. You could just see him controlling the circumstances surrounding the environment. Well,
definitely capable, definitely strong enough. But as we've said more than once before, probably only her third ever weightlifting competition, and it happens to be a big international. Nice clean.
That looks good.
Yep.
Well, again, she's one of these lifters that prefers, I think, the clean and jerk, and there's the Australian contingent. So a 210 total now. Miles Liddell there. Okay, now there's a very big lift coming up as we enjoy this lift by the Australian. Kiwis back at it. Hayley Whiting. Can the physiotherapist get it done?
Now, if you're looking at Commonwealth Games qualifying, let's take our focus off the Kiwis for just a little while, because the top Australian total in the Commonwealth rankings is 220.
Wow. Okay.
By Olivia Shelton.
Oh, yeah. Shelton's a great lifter. But let's have a look at Hayley Whiting here. Now, this is the 122. She's got to get this as well to get a total, by the way.
Well, I think the total doesn't matter at this stage for her. She just wants that qualifying.
Dear me.
And it's looking
so again,
further away.
So now she's got to look into the third lift. Hayley Whiting, who's been such a talisman in the New Zealand team as well for a number of years. She's a real leader of the New Zealand women's team. And
yep, 33 years of age. She's been around for a while.
She's been a great mentor to a lot of the younger Kiwis coming through, and just to see this unwind a little bit here is unusual. She put the 2 snatches down at 96 and came out and retrieved it. Now she's got to do the same here with the 122 clean and jerk. Things getting a little bit quieter out the back as the competition falls away.
I think those snatches were vital to her. She needed a much higher snatch. Again, without harping on the body weight reduction bit, normally you can hold your snatch to a certain extent. When you lose body weight, your clean and jerk really suffers. So she really needed a 100 kilo snatch to give her a real shot.
Look at this. This is the moment. Comes a lift, comes a champion, comes a time. And in a sportsman or sportswoman's life, there are pivotal moments in their careers. And for this young lady, Hayley Whiting here, such is that moment. She stretches out onto this wonderful platform here that has hosted so many memorable and historic lifts. And now it's her turn. 122. This is going to theoretically get her to Glasgow. It's also going to keep her alive in the competition. It's going to give her a total. She's got to get this lift. She's staring over the precipice of 122.
Closer, just that little bit closer, but not there.
Oh, look at the sadness. I mean, it's a brave face, but there is great emotion inside there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, she would have had her plans, her strategies. No doubt, as you say, if she's reduced body weight, that would have been another plan put into place, a certain diet.
Well, this young talent from Nigeria is now going to unleash her skills on the platform. The New Zealand affair with the Commonwealth Games is done for a moment. We only have 3 lifters to go because, of course, we've got Isabella, the Australian, with her 3rd lift as well.
Now, Liadi needs 132 in the clean and jerk to get that Nigerian top spot. She's starting on 125.
Taewo's got some new fans here in Samoa, and boy, is she a cool, calm, collected weightlifter.
Yep, and if I were making the call, 132 would be next.
Question is, has she got a coach out here with her? She arrived by herself last night, I know that much. I don't know whether the coach is here or joining her. Or
I know that Fatima from the Australian team, who is Nigerian, originally is helping her. So
okay, well Fatima's obviously giving her a few tips on the side. Anyway, here's Isabella, the only other lifter alive. It's the Australian at 125. This will be a great finish for her if she can get this, I tell you. And once again, you'd have to say the magic of Paul Coffey.
It would be a great lift, but I don't know if she has any more qualifying chances.
Well, she could go to Quebec in Canada.
Yes.
Especially if she feels good about this. 125. Yeah. Oh, no, Isabella. No. So 122 is her best. It was a good performance for a 215 total for her. So maybe
215 is a great total, and again, you know, when we say this is her first international, first time representing Australia, and to be honest, if you're making your debut at 30, sometimes it's more nerve-wracking than at 15 or 16 because you don't have the weight of the world on your shoulders. And to me, if 132 is the weight that you need, go for 132. Then that way you have 2 cracks at it. And a 7 kilo jump in the clean and jerks at this body weight is not much, but here you're using up a lot of energy that's not doing you any good.
Taiwo then, 130 for her second. Watch this, so fast out of that squat. And here she can just stay, she just cruises with 130 on her shoulders. Look at this, cruising it. Wow. Oh, she's happy, she should be. So
she's
Rob,
happy.
you're keeping an eye on Nigerian qualifying weights.
She's happy, but she's 1 kilo short of what she wants, or what she needs.
Well, the trip from Nigeria for the Polytechnic student is just about to pay dividends.
I think 132 she would have been capable of doing on her second attempt, and she would have saved a lot of strength and energy. Because it doesn't matter how much you impress selectors and so on. You only have one slot, so only one Nigerian can go, and at the moment it's not her.
Here's the great Samoan, decimated a series of Commonwealth Oceania senior, junior records on a way through to a massive 112 in the snatch. And I tell you what,
Of course, in the Nigerians' case, what we don't know is the other Nigerian still available
and competing.
and competing? Is she injured? Is she on the sidelines for some reason? Whatever. So we don't know all these factors.
But
Because otherwise, this 135 wouldn't make any sense.
well, it's certainly going to make the Nigerian selectors sit up and think, and it's fantastic that she's made the effort to get all the way out here to Samoa from West Africa.
Yeah, and of course we don't know. Maybe she just wants to push into the Nigerian team for the African Championships, which start in mid-May.
In which she competed, of course, last year and did well. Once again, well off the platform, and here she just hangs this big weight. Wow! Wow! Mission accomplished. Taiwo's got
She's
Samoa.
had a good competition, just to an understatement.
How's that? 135, giving her a total
240.
240 total. So now the roar, because the crowd are just beginning to see these pictures that you're seeing at home. She just obliterated Oceania's senior and junior records. This for the competition and the clean and jerk. And just having a quick look at this 138. This is going to be decimating. This is a Commonwealth record as well, Rob.
Junior and senior.
Yep. Breaking her own 137. Whoa! Goodness gracious! Commonwealth record. Just wonder whether there might have been a slight. No, she's got it. Oh, that's incredible. This girl, every time she hits the bar, she just smacks records. She obliterates them, Rob.
Absolutely. What a great lift.
Smashing her own Commonwealth, Oceania, junior, senior, youth records, you name it. They're
And of
hers.
course, a world youth record as well.
Well, a world youth record, she's going to have to start punching. And I reckon,
I think the clean, I think whatever she attempts on her second and third attempt, she will clean it. She's got strong legs. She's been doing some big cleans in training that I've seen here at the training center. The only slight question mark will be the jerk.
yeah, but I mean, I saw her doing a 146 unofficial.
Yes,
And that's-
and also a clean from the hang, which some people find easier. So
Yep.
you pull the bar up to around your hips and clean it from there of 150.
Wow, that's incredible. So 138, she's just decimated. She has just wiped the floor with the competition in one lift, breaking all the way up every Commonwealth record you would want in the division. The only thing in a way now would be this world record.
And look, you have other lifters who are trying to buy extra time to rest and so on. She's ready to go now, and she's only had 30 seconds of rest.
She has.
So
There's a minute 15
the
left.
coaches will hold her back, don't worry. But, I mean, she's ready to go.
So this is 142. The crowd are going nuts. Sienna Stos here just absolutely blitzing the field.
She's fired up to go with a minute still on the clock when she came out on the clock.
Making a mockery of the 142. Wow, so fast. Now the speed under the bar. Oh, goodness gracious. Have you ever seen anything like it? Even Jerry Warwick is getting a little bit pumped. Paul Cocker embraces him. The two men that have engineered, there's an Elioppa Longo as well out there. That's taken a little bit out of her, but goodness gracious.
She wasted no time at all from the minute she walked off the platform after her first attempt on 138. And I get the feeling that she wasn't happy with her 138. And she couldn't wait to get back on the platform and do this.
Well, just look at the red lights flashing in the background. You might just get a glimpse of the world standard 144 behind her. And like I say, a 146 in training, unofficial junior world record beckons, I reckon. So a world junior record is 145. She needs one more. She's just going to buy herself a few minutes extra here. This is prodigious weightlifting. This is absolutely once in a lifetime stuff. A 138 smashes and obliterates the women's 77, takes every record up to the Commonwealth standard off the table, straight into the pocket of this one wonderful young lifter. Then 142, if you will, and now we're about a minute 45 away from a junior world record attempt. I reckon they'll go the 146. What you call, Rob?
Gee, I'd be happy with the 145. Good news.
I'm just trying to check the record books here. Okay, so this will be the record then. In fact, she was training with 146 over the junior world record.
Yes.
Junior world record attempt at 145. Smashed everything in the Commonwealth with the first lift. Consolidated with the second. And now she takes on the world.
Once she's focused, she doesn't waste any time. You'll see as soon as she bends over that bar and grabs it, it moves straight away. No hint of hesitation whatsoever.
Junior world record attempt here. Smashed everything she can within the space of two lifts. In the space of one lift. Now the world record. So close, such a brilliant 17-year-old. What an effort. So beautiful, wonderful to see. Once in a lifetime stuff, really. Decimated the Oceania, decimated the Commonwealth junior and senior records. On the precipice, on the cusp of a world record. Look at this, Rob, so close.
We knew she would clean it, as we said after that before the first attempt. Whatever you do, whatever you put on the bar, she will clean it. And the question was just in the jerk part of the lift, and she was so very close. And she leaned back a little bit. The bar was in front of her, and she just could not retrieve it from there.
You had mentioned that at the start of the broadcast that maybe it was the joke that might get her. But boy, oh boy, it ain't long. And with Glasgow beckoning, I reckon the Scots better watch out because this girl is going to come to Glasgow.
this is the successful one at
Yeah.
142.
Yeah, that's just brilliant. And the red lights in the background flashing and advising that amazing record. Well, what a morning in the women's 77 here at the IBFC Universal Cup in Samoa. Incredible weightlifting by the genius and brilliant Sione Stowers. Position number 10 there. A big 254 total for her. What a morning of weightlifting. And I tell you what, there's a whole lot more to come as well, because we're only first session down. And we're going to take a little bit of a break here as the crowd here break into happy birthday for one lucky recipient. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. The women's 77 is done. We're going to have a look at the women's 77 plus next up. That's due to start in a little while from now. Then we move on around about 2:30 to the men's 94. And then we're going to wrap it all up at 5 o'clock this afternoon with the women's 86 and 9 Thikamatana. We hope will bring some more devastating records to this a wonderful competition. The IBFC Universal Cup is delivering in spadefuls. We'll be back with the big girls, the 77 plus, after a break. Join us then. Power. That pull, Rob. What a pull. This is ahead of Curtis as well. This time she gets it.
Get up.
Oh,
That's
wow. The crowd roars. Breaks this deadlock. Holds it nicely. Once again. There's pressure here. Wow. The Kiwi comes good.
Oh, she lifts it.
Wow, so fast. Oh, goodness gracious. Have you ever seen anything? Once again. Wow. Wow.
Ever weightlifting competition that happens to be a big international. Nice play.
That looks good.
Closer, just that little bit closer.
The crowd very quiet in anticipation of the success of it.
She also has this,
Well, a smile came on the face just before the security, but she doesn't. The bomber waits. That's the 3 fails from the 150 back. Aussie's going okay. That's the second attempt about Rob.
yep. It's consistent, and that's what routine is.
The noise here, I tell you.
Oh, she's struck it up.
It's almost synchronized.
See each athlete's approach to the platform. There's no one correct or
Would you please welcome our medalists to the platform for the medal presentation. The medals for this session of competition will be presented by the Samoan Minister of Health, the Honourable Samoa. He will be assisted by the Chief Executive Officer of the National Bank of Samoa, Mamali'i Swan, also accompanied by the Chief Executive Officer of the Samoan International Finance Authority, Tuafasasina Siene Tualanga Bohinden. For competition in the Universal Weightlifting Cup snatch portion of the competition, the bronze medalist representing New Zealand, Hayley Whiting. The silver medalist representing Nigeria, Liadi Tawo. The gold medalist representing Samoa, Zane Stowers. Thank you, lifters. Medalists for the clean and jerk portion of the competition. The bronze medalist representing Australia, Isabella Anduiza. The silver medalist representing Nigeria, Liadi Tawo. The gold medalist representing Samoa, Zane Stowers. Thank you, lifters. Medalists for the total in the Universal Cup competition. The bronze medalist representing Australia, Isabella Anduiza. The silver medalist representing Nigeria, Liadi Tawo. The gold medalist and Universal Cup champion representing Samoa, Zane Stowers. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please stand for the national anthem of Samoa. The medal presentation for the Oceania Championships. The bronze medalist representing New Zealand, Georgia Theron. The silver medalist representing Australia, Isabella Anduiza. The gold medalist and Oceania champion with a clean sweep of the Oceania records, representing Samoa, Zane Stowers. Ladies anthem of Samoa.
Samoa tulai masisi alaufua lobalelea. Samoa tulai masisi alaufua lobalelea. Vai na fetu
Thank you, lifters, and congratulations to our medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists for the Oceania Junior and Youth Championships. Oceania Junior Championships, the bronze medalist representing Australia, Samantha Walker. The silver medalist representing New Zealand, Georgia Theron. The gold medalist and Oceania Junior Champion representing Samoa, Zane Stowers. Nice try. Thank you, lifters. The medalists for the Oceania Youth Championships. The bronze medalist representing New Caledonia, Zoe Fernand-Magnetti. Representing Fiji, Alina Lucille Fanifau. The gold medalist and Oceania Youth Champion, representing Nauru, Chrislyn Notte. Thank you, lifters. medal presentation for the Commonwealth Youth and Junior Championships. Medalists for the Commonwealth Junior Championships. The bronze medalist representing Australia, Samantha Walker. The silver medalist representing New Zealand, Georgia Theron. Gold medalist and Commonwealth Junior Champion representing Samoa, Stowers. Thank you, lifters. Medalists for the Commonwealth Youth Championships. The bronze medalist representing Samoa, Maria Fiapule-Sipo. The silver medalist representing Fiji, Alina Lucille Palipa. The gold medalist and Commonwealth Youth Champion representing Nauru, Christine Notte. Thank you, lifters, and our thanks to our dignitaries for their assistance with our medal presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the formalities for the women's 77 kilogram category. The presentation of lifters for the next session will take place in approximately 10 minutes. Thank you.
That looks good. Faleata Stadium complex here, home to some extraordinary weightlifting over the last few days. We're into day 4. It's Thursday here in Apia, and across Samoa, across the Pacific and across the world. It's a very warm good afternoon to you from this wonderful facility and this wonderful tournament. The IBFC Universal Cup 2026 is absolutely turning it on. Quickly, let's introduce you to co-commentator Robert Cabas, Olympian from Los Angeles in 1984 and 3-time Commonwealth gold medalist. Rob, we've seen some scintillating stuff earlier on this afternoon or this morning. The women's 77 brought the house down.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you think it's loud now, the reception for that particular class was just out of this world. And so it should have been. I mean, we had records galore. Sienna Stowers, the local hero, breaking Oceania, Commonwealth, and of course youth world records. And then on her final attempt, she tried the junior world record, just 17 years of age.
Incredible. You can just see up on the vision there that we're flicking through the women's plus 77 age group, a special category for the younger women that are going to be coming out here. 8 of them all up. It's essentially a Oceania showdown. We have the one Indian entry, however, and we'll see how that goes. But on paper, at least, it could be a hometown. But this massive audience here of animated school kids, I think is probably going to roar home in the next half hour or so. It's been a sensation. We're waiting to introduce you to the women in this plus 77 category. Rob. So here are the women in the plus 77 category. Carol out there trying to lead them on out to the platform. I don't think the officials can even hear what's going on.
They're being led out by Coral Quinnell, who's one of the world leaders in masters weightlifting from Australia.
So talking there to Trent Buido.
He probably had to go in there and speak to her because she probably couldn't hear.
I think so. Usually he should be able to respond to instructions from Trent, who is the MC here, but there's just some of the kids. Now the thing is that the kids are absolutely passionate about their Samoan superstars, but at the same time they've adopted a couple of other countries as well.
Yes.
So all of a sudden they'll suddenly break out to go Fiji or something, and it is so exciting. And whoever said that weightlifting is a boring sport, get down to Faleata and come and suck this up for the next 2.5 days, and believe me, you'll go away a changed person.
Absolutely. It's just unbridled joy.
Incredible. Listen to it. You would think that these are sort of Olympic superstars, but in the universe here in Samoa, where everything stops and starts at Faleata, they are superstars, and for the next day and a half, we will celebrate them. So let's introduce you then, if we can hear Trent over the din of this extraordinary Seal there from Samoa. Faleata from New Zealand. This is one of the young Fijians, Malo, Eleanor. Destiny Urea of Nauru. Vashanvi from India. And Makrina Cook out of Nauru. And I tell you what, the Nauruans have been having a fantastic tournament, likewise the Samoans, and as the weights get heavier, we'll probably see more of the Pacific lifters really begin to bother the top places here in competition. A special category for the younger lifters, this one, Rob.
Yes, it is. Normally you have the 86 kilo category, and then what we call the super heavies, or the unlimited category is the 86 kilogram plus. But in recognition that there are not that many young people in that bodyweight category, they have put them all together in the 77 plus. So up until 77 you're using the international categories, but for youth lifters, those 18 and under, there's this plus 77 category, and in the men's you've got the plus 94 category for the same reasons. And also at that age the body weight difference does not make a huge impact on what they lift, because none of them have been lifting for that long. But of course, I mean, we have the standout athletes like Stowers, for instance. She could qualify.
Here are tournament officials being introduced to the audience. Many of them, of course, are former lifters. Certainly have a very good knowledge of the sport.
Charlotte Saxton, Australia. Timekeeper, Christian Holmsfist, Australia. Technical controls on duty, Coral Quinnell, Australia.
So a field of 8 then in this special category for younger women. It's a 77 plus.
Thank you.
They'll be getting things underway. Probably the top snatch is going to come in around the 95, high 90s mark. We're expecting that from the Samoan and the New Zealand competitors. It'll be an interesting battle between those two, I think.
Certainly looks that way on the score sheet. They're both nominated identical starting weights, snatch and clean and jerk. So we'll see how that pans out.
So Sefulu from Samoa and Annika from New Zealand, will be keeping an eye on them. They're warming up out the back as we go to air here in Samoa. Great pictures from TV1, of course, as always. Been an absolute thrill to bring you those. And, of course, that attempt on a junior world record earlier on today by Miss Stowers was absolutely riveting for us all, and was certainly being treated to some wonderful weightlifting. I'm sure more is to come. Just before we go to the break, an acknowledgement of our wonderful sponsors here at the Universal Cup 2026. IBFC, of course, are the naming rights holders, the finance company that can attend to any commercial financial need that you need. We've got Vodafone, of course, providing some very important digital data for us all here. Banking services, it's NBS Samoa, and the Samoa Tourism Authority certainly getting up and about and providing us with a wonderful introduction to this wonderful set of islands out here in the Pacific, the Samoa Tourism Authority. Vaima Brewers, of course, well known across the Samoan Islands, much further afield as well, a fine drop. And also to the Samoa National Olympic Committee. We congratulate you, the Samoa National Olympic Committee. A wonderful job on getting this wonderful competition together and supporting the local weightlifting federation in order to be able to produce what is a world-class event. Okay, we're going to take a little bit of a break, and when these 77 plus young competitors start lifting a few weights, we'll be right there on the platform with them. This is continuing coverage of the IB. It's a glimpse of some future stars. Rob Cabas is alongside me on co-commentary today, and Rob, always a bit of a thrill to see some of the stars of the future.
Yes, absolutely. And in this particular category, as you've explained before, it's to cater for the youth lifters and recognizing the fact that you're not going to have too many youth lifters weighing a lot more than 77 kilograms. So this makes it more competitive and interesting for the crowd. Now, just on vision here, we have a look at Sienna Stowers, who lifted in the earlier session, just smashing all records within sight that were available to her, and in the end she's snatched 112 kilograms, clean and jerked 142 kilograms. Both those lifts were Oceania youth, junior and senior records, likewise for the Commonwealth. And then on her final attempt, she attempted 145 kilograms, which would have been a junior world record, all at 17 years of age. So just a great performance, uplifted by the crowd, who certainly got their money's worth from their hometown hero.
They did indeed, and yeah, it was just quite prodigious lifting. I mean, with the first snatch, she came out and just decimated the competition in the women's 77. And I mean, we had a champion from Southeast Asia out there. We had a champion from Nigeria as well. We had the best that Oceania could throw at her. And in one lift, she'd taken out the snatch. And likewise with a clean and jerk, as Rob says, just a monstrous opening lift. Then put in the 142, had a crack at the 145, just missed that world record attempt. But boy, was it exciting to watch, and a real privilege, once in a lifetime stuff here at this wonderful Faleata Sports Complex as the competition continues. So on then to our next division. This is the young lifters in the women's 77 plus category. And Darage here. Gets things underway with a 45.
Easily done. Caught in the above parallel position, which we refer to as a power snatch. Of course, for those unfamiliar with weightlifting, the snatch is where you have to lift the weight, the bar over your head in one continuous movement. Sometimes the lifter will complete a lift and then have it refused by the referees. And that's done by way of the majority of lights. So if you have a majority of white lights, it's a good lift. If you have a majority of red lights, then it's not a good lift. So often if that happens after a lifter has completed the lift, it's because they haven't done it in one continuous movement. Often this happens when the arms straighten out, then they bend
and lock out again, or if the bar is caught on bent arms and then pushed out, and that's termed as a presser.
So I don't think any of these girls are over 20. Well, they're not, of course. To qualify for this particular category, they have to be no older than 18, 19 years.
18 and under. So if you're 17 at the start of the year, then you qualify for this category. So you're allowed to turn 18 during the year, but you must be under 18 at the start of the year. And with these girls, some are probably destined to compete as they progress and go through to senior competition. Some are probably destined to compete in the 86 plus categories. Others will have a look at perhaps the 86 and under, and others who have just weighed over 77 may perhaps start looking at taking off the extra body weight and competing in the 77 kilogram category. But for the purposes of today's competition, it pays them to compete in that heavier weight category, which presents them with their best opportunity for a medal.
So Millie here, an ex-rugby player, fell in love with weightlifting and decided at a tender age to take on the iron sport. And what a good move that is. I mean, look at the opportunities weightlifting is giving her. And it's interesting, actually, speaking to Della Shaw, she says the impact of the training squad on some of the young kids has been absolutely noticeable by parents. Discipline, hard work, and self-knowledge as well.
Yep, all good qualities that will stand them in good stead as they grow into adults. I know long after I had stopped competing, the things that I picked up and learned about resilience, planning, and so on that I learned through weightlifting served me in good stead as I went through adult life, and also running my own business at one stage in graphic design. So some of those things can just come across and help you deal with situations that otherwise you may not have been able to deal with.
Yep, an interesting lesson learnt, and as I said, Della's saying that already the parents have been commenting on the impact it seems to have on the young squad in Fiji as well. And also, of course, the heavy emphasis on maintaining and dedication to studies as well, which is very, very important, and something that we would like to encourage all our young viewers to buckle down and get stuck into the books.
Absolutely. They've been identified for their talent on the sporting field, but academically that's also just as important. You don't want to put all your eggs in the one basket, and you also want to be able to switch off from both. When you're doing your sport, you're switching off your the pressures that come from academic studies, and likewise in reverse. So I've been doing a little bit of coaching in one of the smaller states in India, and they have an Olympic Association support program, similar I guess, and the emphasis there is also very heavy on the academic side. That to remain in the squad, they must pass all their exams.
That's a heavy expectation, isn't it, really? Well, not a heavy, but... Okay, here's Millie then with 53 over her head. Looks like it's going to be a good lift.
No.
Just missing out on a PB.
Yes, that left arm there, if you have a look, she caught it on bent arms and then pushes them out to the straight position. So that's what we were talking about before, about the lift not being done in one continuous movement.
So it's a Nauruan entry now. Quina Cook, and the Cook surname, for those of you who've been with us, of course, might recognise her big brother, Masinsi, went around in the men's 88s yesterday. Here's his little sister doing her thing.
Nicely done, fast, flexible.
Yeah, in fact, their mum as well. I'm old enough to remember the original Nauru Dolphins, which was the breakthrough group in women's weightlifting way back in the day. And it was Shiva Cook who was part of that original group. And Shiva, if you're tuned in today, you'd have to be very, very proud of the kids and what they're doing down here in Apia for you. There's your beautiful girl. And speaking of Nauru, now this is the athlete we've got to keep a bit of an eye on. The word is that the Nauruans think that they have in here a very serious future champion. And on a scholarship in Brisbane at the moment, and apparently one of the conditions was she'd go to the school only if they could help her with the weightlifting. First attempt, 75. And again, this Nauruan young crew, they're impressive.
I mean, looking at her, you can see the potential. She's very mature in her approach, but she's not turning 15 until November this year. So she's quite a young girl, but she moves well. She has that composure about her.
And she too is emphasizing her studies as well as her dedication to the sport of weightlifting, the iron sport. Queen then, 75 for her second attempt. But yeah, Queen's mum, Shiva Cook, goes back to the Dolphins, which of course was that squad of lifters, female lifters in those very early days. And she in fact was part of the, Shiva I'm talking about now, was part of that initial crew of women lifters that made their debut at the Olympic Games in 2000. It was Loa Dikatua that was the first lifter onto the platform. But Shiva was part of a crew of women from the Pacific as well that were debuting women's weightlifting in Sydney all those years ago.
Nice little bit of history there, and it's good to see the resurgence of weightlifting in Nauru.
New Zealander, Ella. William Samanu. Hello, William Samanu from New Zealand with the 77. There's Ella. Hamilton, New Zealand. New Zealand school secondary champion. Well, I tell you what, Rob, she was down at the Oceania Junior Youths in Melbourne last year, and the best snatch then was a 72.
Right. So she's starting on more than that.
Right.
Again, we say, as you would expect, doesn't always happen, but that is the expectation.
Yeah, but
and in this particular case, if your youth lifters aren't improving, it's the coach that gets put under the microscope. So if I'm coaching some young lifters and they're not improving, then I'm the one that's being
going to take the rap.
Yeah.
But you know, there's improvement and there's improvement, and
yeah,
you know, some of the improvements we've seen among some of these young lifters has just been absolutely prodigious.
Yep, tremendous.
Yeah, Ella started or got introduced to weightlifting through CrossFit, and it's a story I think that a lot of our lifters have been introduced to the sport. In fact, she was getting up early with her mum when her mum was doing some CrossFit sessions. She got involved as well and graduated into the weightlifting, and here she is today representing Nauru, New Zealand, I should say, excuse me. And on to be the New Zealand Secondary Schools champ. And then on to those Oceania Championships in Melbourne.
All good stepping stones. I remember looking forward to competing at the school board championships when I was still at school, and from that you graduated to the youth championships and then the junior championships and so on.
79. Well, as I said, you know, we're considering that she was down in Melbourne doing that 72, and here's a 79 second attempt.
And it was good lift, under control. She looked somewhat relieved after she got it, but there's no real reason for concern. I think the fact that she took a couple of steps forward was probably playing on her mind a little bit, but other than that, it didn't look like it was in jeopardy at any stage.
Well, as I say, the Nauruan camp reckon that Destiny here is absolutely driven. She's devoted to her weightlifting and, as I said, got the scholarship down to Brisbane and insisted that the school be able to accommodate her weightlifting needs, which they have. They are doing. And they'll be pretty thrilled to see that she's doing that.
That process of placing the bar in front of you, then rolling it back towards you and lifting is definitely been coached into the Nauruan team. And I don't really have a problem with that because it gives them a consistent routine that they can rely on. It keeps them based and focused, and you can do that wherever you are, on a different stage, different gym, it doesn't matter. It's something that's yours and you can always do, and you'll see it again here with Marquina. She will roll the bar. I hope she doesn't prove me. But I'm pretty sure it's been coached into them.
It's just happening in the lower third too. There's the roll.
There it is, yeah. So there's the roll. Not happy with the first one. There's another one, and then she lifts. Yeah.
And gets in control of it as well. That was looking that was going to go over the back left, but strong enough to hold on to it.
So it gives them something to keep them focused, and it serves the purpose also of keeping the bar close to them as they pull it off the platform. She's much happier with that one. No need for any correction or any steps forward, just in the slot from start to finish.
Good feeling when you can knock them out like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a little bit like that, the snatch, depending on your extension. If you're able to lock the bar out, you can sit there for quite a while before going up.
There's an Indian lifter.
Yep, Bashanbi. She's got 83 kilos on the board. She's in the competition now. She can relax just that little bit.
They brought a pretty handy team down here to Apia, haven't they? The Indian contingent.
They have. As you mentioned, particularly strong in the lowest weight categories. We saw some very impressive juniors on the first and second day of lifting.
Okay, Destiny then comes out for her 85, third attempt.
Oh, wow.
Boy, that just sort of summarizes if the Nauruan camp are right.
She's amused herself, but she was determined not to let that go.
I know, and that sort of summarizes her personality, I'm led to believe, that she's sort of driven, and once she makes her mind up to do something, look at that duck waddle.
Wow.
That's really great recovery.
Yeah, fantastic.
That'd have to go into the highlights reel, that one, I think.
I was going to say that's the sort of clip that you see that would go viral on weightlifting websites.
Yeah. Shanvi then, second attempt, 86. Boy. Thought she had that.
She just seems to lack a little bit of tension through her body. I know we've said that you need to be to retain some flexibility. You don't want to be stiff like a lump of wood, but by the same token, you need some sort of tension to be able to hold the bar. The pull and the getting under the bar seem to be a little bit sloppy, I guess. And also she spreads her feet out very wide, which makes it very hard to get into a solid position.
Just listening into host and MC Trent Buido there, just summarising the state of play for those in the auditorium here. And Upolu, she's had a busy day today, looking after a number of her young charges. There'll be a bit of a roar for this young lady in a moment, who's just entered the waiting room. Shanvi is coming out for her third 86.
That was all right. There may be a little bit of doubt. Right arm just pressed out just a little bit. No white lights.
Okay, so the young Samoan comes out now. Upolu. Starting at 93, if you can see.
93, just 2 kilos under her nominated starting weights. I don't think there's any cause for concern there. It seems to have been a strategy by most of the Samoan lifters, by the coaches, to start just 2 kilograms under the nominated weight.
Well, of all of them, she has the most experience. I mean, she's done the Oceania's junior and youth championships. That was in Melbourne, where she got a gold medal, in fact. And
was it in the 77 kilo category?
I'm just trying to look. It was the 69s.
69s, yeah. Because she's by far the lightest in this category. Well, she did most of the work on that one, just didn't make sure, didn't put it away.
Yeah, well, she did an 83 snatch there for her gold medal. And then she went on to the Pacific Mini Games that year as well, Rob, last year.
So she's got a bit of experience behind her.
She has, so she'll be a little bit angry with herself, I think, with putting that first one down. She's got the New Zealander to think about, and maybe that could be on her mind.
So she's both the lightest and oldest competitor in this category.
Yeah. That'll do it. Puts her straight into the lead with a 93. Well, as I said, given the experience she's had internationally, both in Melbourne and up to Palau for the mini games, it was good that she could recover and probably tap into a little bit of that experience.
It's quite a rangy lifter there, wide grip, long arms.
Well, Anika Faleata, the New Zealander, yet to see her, although here she comes now. She's come down the corridor of champions and she's taking her seat. She's going to open on a 98.
So I see that there's been one withdrawal, is that correct?
Yes, I'm just seeing that as well. It's just come in. That's Alona Marlow of Fiji.
Yeah. So it could be some mishap in the training, in the warm-up area.
Yep. So now the battle really between these two.
Also, when that happens, when you have a withdrawal, all of a sudden it throws your warm-up routine out of kilter. You have to adjust because you were counting on having at least 4 or 5 minutes included in your warm-up. All of a sudden that's gone, so you've got to speed it up a little bit. And again, so that's where the coaches come in. They've got to keep their eyes on the board, and if that happens, just get their lifter moving that little bit quicker, make an adjustment.
And here's Anika then with 98 to sneak ahead of the Samoan, who's got 98 waiting, depending on how this goes.
No. So she'll have to wait a little bit longer.
Tell you what, she looked pretty quick though. She really gave that a very good first pull. I think it's the second pull that undid it for her.
She left the weight in front of her. You can see she sort of backed off right at the top.
Yeah.
You can't hold the weight when it's way in front of you like that. So I'm guessing that she'll come out again for the same weight. So Upolu will have to wait for one more attempt as that takes place.
Yeah, and she's nominating a 99 now to Simone Upolu, so...
Yep, okay. Puts a little bit more pressure
on the mind of the New Zealander. So this is women's plus 77 action. It's a special category for younger women. And of course we'll resume the battle in the more senior members of the women's class a little bit later on this evening in the final session of today, day 4 of this incredible Universal Cup. And Rob, I've been sort of wildly speculating, and it gets a bit dangerous when I start doing that, but,
have you?
But I'm just wondering whether this is the first Universal Cup. What do you think?
I believe so.
But could there be more, is my thought.
It depends what you're basing it on. If you're basing it on the success and the exposure from this competition, then you would have to seriously consider it, wouldn't you?
Here's Anika with 98, second attempt. So pull off the platform was good. That second pull up through the midriff area where she's trying to get explosive vertical power, just a little bit quiet, a little bit soft. There's the second one now. That's much better. So you can see the lift off the platform. That's the first pull. And then up through the hip pelvis areas, that second pull where they're really exerting and bringing that bar up as fast as possible. So it gives them time to get in underneath the bar. Pull one here, pull two there, underneath.
It seems that there's a little bit more thought that went into this one. It wasn't just a case of wrap your hands around this and pull.
So there's the 98 then for the Kiwi, second attempt. Sefulu put that first lift of hers down, so she came back and got the 93-second time round. Now the 99, so a bit of a jump, but probably where she wanted to be at the end of her 3 snatches anyway, or close to. Nice lift. Had a few problems with the 93, but the 99 had to work, but she got it, and she got the 3 white lights, and the Samoans pretty happy with that.
That was a great lift under pressure. She needed that to stay competitive. I think a 5 kilogram disadvantage would have made it a bit hard to compensate, because they're both due to start to clean and jerk around the same weight. So a 5 kilogram disadvantage this year is not what you would have wanted.
And there's the Samoan war cry, just to enforce the fact that she had just done the 99 down. Okay, so Annika here then is contemplating options. She can put 2 kilos, and looks like she's going to have a crack at putting 2 kilos on the Samoan with this lift.
Oh, change has just come in.
3 it is. She wants more. So she probably thinks that Sefulu's got a pretty good clean and jerk on her, plus her experience. Simon Kent. Oceania youth record attempt here. We're just being told by Trent de Buido on the main mic, so we'll have a quick look at that. Well, indeed, she's going to be breaking her own record, actually. She set it in India last year, the straight 100.
Oh, so close.
All right, well, that sets up an intriguing battle in the second stanza. This women's 77 plus. Annika not quite nailing the lift that she would have wanted there. She got away with her 98, put the record attempt 103 down onto the platform. And that means we've got an intriguing showdown, because the Samoan has just slipped ahead of her by the 1 kilo at the end of the snatch following that lift there. What happened, Rob?
I think maybe her chest and shoulders were just a little bit behind the bar as she pulled, and once that happens, the trajectory of the bar is always going backwards, and so are you. So then it's very hard to control. Once the bar is swinging like that and you're also going backwards, it's very hard to control.
And there's the Samoan response and the war cry.
And that's how quickly a competition can change. At 1 minute we were discussing the fact, well, could she be 5 kilos behind after the snatch? How would you make up that difference in the clean and jerk? All of a sudden she's in front after the snatch. We're talking about the Samoan, of course, Sefulu Suao.
Indeed. Intriguing stuff here. The battle resumes, and there you can see the summary on the scoreboard. The IBFC Universal Cup competition continues. It's the women's plus 77 category. It's for the junior lifters, and it looks like it's going to be a bit of a tussle at the top of the podium between Samoa, the host nation, and New Zealand. Come back after the break and we'll take you back onto the platform when they get to work again in the clean and jerk. This is the IBFC Universal Cup from Samoa. In the centre of the picture there, position number 3 and position number 4. 2 leaders at the end of the first round of the snatch. Rob Cabas is alongside me, and Rob, bit of an intriguing battle, and you know, you were remarking as well, I think, in the commentary and also off air, that the space of a lift or two and all of a sudden the dynamics of a competition changes quite rapidly. We were looking at for Sefulu, the Samoan, that maybe she was in a little bit of strife after that first 93 fail, but then the New Zealander just found it a little bit as well, and all of a sudden the Samoan host is 1 kilo up.
Exactly. At 1 minute we were calculating, okay, how much will she need to make up in the clean and jerk, because it looks like she's going to be behind in the snatch. And then all of a sudden she's actually leading by 1 kilogram herself after the snatch. And of course we're talking about the Samoan Sefulu.
Yep. And Annika from New Zealand, of course, had a crack at that junior record as well on the way through, but just missed out at 103. But alas for her, finds herself back at 98, having dropped 98 as her opening lift as well. So, yeah, just the one lift for her, getting her to the 98 total. And then the Samoan at 93 and 99. Sefulu leading, therefore, by the 1 kilo at the end of that snatch. Now, Aloha from Fiji, Malo has not appeared for this clean and jerk. In fact, she was scratching midway through the women's snatch. Not quite sure why. We haven't got any news in from the Fiji team. We hope it's nothing serious, but maybe something went a little awry in warm-up, which leaves us with just Millie here from Fiji carrying the can. She's in at 55 for her first clean and jerk. Goes to the Ballantine High School, Girls High School, which is one of the 5 feeder schools into the weightlifting program in Fiji, and producing a few champions. And hasn't been lifting very long. Millie used to play a little bit of rugby, but much prefers the weightlifting these days. And as I was saying, with development officers cruising the country and feeding back into the Central Development Program, Fiji really beginning to put some depth into its young lifters.
And the feedback we get from a lot of athletes that may switch from another sport like that, whether it's rugby, I know another weightlifter switched from boxing in the old days, is that, yeah, it's a tough sport, weightlifting, but the weights don't hit your back. So, yeah, so that was their attitude.
It's true.
So I haven't paid notice at this stage to see whether, because she hasn't been lifting for that long, whether she has been coached into the roll back. Oh no, that's the Nauruans.
The Nauruans, yeah. The Nauruans is the rollback.
I was going to say, otherwise I'm sure I would have noticed it.
I'm sure you would have, Coach.
Yeah.
Anyway, young Millie here, and it's great to know that the pictures are being enjoyed across Fiji, and always lovely to spread the love around the Pacific. And again, as we've been saying, all competition for these young lifters, and you know, we're talking junior and youth here, to learn how to cope with these sorts of pressures, major international tournament, your international debut, you're a national representative, and all of a sudden here now, as you step onto the platform, you suddenly realize, well, that's what the coach meant about preparing, and I'm going to go through the routine that the coach taught me. Just a little bit worried about that right arm, but Tabili Daranga here for Fiji. Going to get some lights, is she? Yes, she is. That's nice. I was a little bit worried about that left elbow, right elbow I should say. But
no, I was watching it, but it doesn't extend any further than that. So for all intents and purposes, she's driven it overhead in one movement. And it looks complete enough. It doesn't look as if she's holding it halfway there. I mean, that could very well be, that's her lockout. So, no.
You're happy with it? Yeah, and as we've also been saying, I mean, this Fiji travelling group, and again, you know, a couple of them staying here at the Oceania Institute. It's run by Jerry Warwick, and I mean, it is an extreme training session that they undergo. I mean, first session of the day at 5 a.m. and then 2 more to follow throughout the day. Studies as well. It's a big...
I checked out the training area between sessions. I remember seeing it a while back. Just so well done, and not far from the accommodation. you know, more platforms than you need.
Yeah.
But I'm sure once all the visiting teams are here, ideal for a competition like that, because you wouldn't need them all
No.
to allocate training times for every team that's here. So just perfect for weightlifting.
And a big sort of Pacific style building as well. Big sort of
Oh,
Fale
perfect.
style with open sides, so this beautiful sea breeze comes in up. If this is not the jury who's intervened here, checking
have
this
they?
lift, have they? They have.
Right.
2-1, no lift. So poor Millie. So anyway, I guess it's part of the process of learning, but
And there's no point here using your challenge card, because you'll only be challenging it to the
Yeah.
people who have just ruled that out.
you
So-
can see she's a little bit upset and probably just a little bit confused here as well. She probably hasn't seen the. This is the lift, and I think it is this right elbow of hers. If
Yeah.
you,
So you were right after all.
yeah. But really,
Oh, really?
I mean, this is a girl that's only been lifting for what, 12 months or so, and
Well, I mean, I understand that, but it is an international competition. But other
True.
than that, I mean, we watched it in slow motion, and it looked okay in slow motion.
I wonder whether the refereeing table saw it in slow motion as well, saw our pictures on the way out.
They're not allowed to.
Okay, that's good.
So that's their ruling. I
But-
know that they have in the past. I've watched them at Olympic Games and actually asked one of them on the jury, "Did you watch that lift in slow motion?" He said yes. And so I think that's been.
Here's this lovely three-quarter view that the boys have been, the TV1 boys have been given. So it looks absolutely perfect there, doesn't it? Well, good on her. She's going to come out here and battle it up. She's going to go 62. So why not go down fighting? She's got the 55. She's got a tournament underway, and she's going to get a total, but so come on, Millie, get this one up. Show the jury what's what. But you know what? I'll talk to you in a moment.
She's fired up.
Yeah.
No, I think this one is more obvious, so she's not going to get that one.
2-1 out. Oh, Millie. But you know what? They are seeing our feed, by the way. It's
Oh yeah, they're seeing our feet, so that could influence
yeah,
them as
indeed.
well. But
I just wonder whether that card would have come out.
theoretically, they shouldn't be judging it on that.
Anyway, the 55 will stick for her. That's a total of 105 for Millie. So her debut at international competition, and what a debut it was, and what wonderful memories she's going to take away from Apia. She'll probably think twice about juries in future, but anyway, it's a good lesson for a young student. Don't mess with the jury. Okay, here's Ella then. William Samanu from New Zealand. Finished up. She lifted quite nicely actually. 3 good clean snatches, 76, 79, 82. Here's the 95. Wow. Pretty handy.
So we've been talking about the battle for the gold medal between Samoa and New Zealand, but really there's going to be another battle, and not just two-way battle, probably a four-way battle for the bronze medal.
Absolutely. And we've got India in the mix there as well. As we see this lift, that's good work. Well, McQueen Cook is next out by the looks with her 95. Yes, Nauru, I believe, enjoying the pictures of the competition, which is great.
15 years old, Maquina. Oh, she almost got her balance, but just sitting too far back on her heels.
$95
I get the
kilos.
feeling what happened there is she was trying to power clean it and couldn't quite get it high enough for the power clean. So I wasn't in an ideal position to go into that full bottom position, caught her back on her heels, and as a result she fell back. So ideally what she would be aiming for in the next attempt is to pull it just as high as she did then, but not think about it, getting it as a power clean. Just pull it high enough and then just ride it down into the bottom position. Makes that clean much easier, gives you a better chance of bouncing out of that squat position.
Okay, she's had time to reflect.
Yeah, that's better.
We'll take that one. Nauru, of course, are putting together a pretty handy young team. And as we mentioned, they're going to be hosting the micro games pretty
That's
soon.
always a good motivation. It gets sponsors.
Oh, especially
local government,
and
whatever
especially up
behind
in,
you.
and how how the tides have turned as well. And again, it's weightlifting
Yep.
that helped turn that tide in Nauru.
Oh, absolutely.
You've seen the Rock Gym,
Yeah, yeah.
and it's from that has produced this team, that has produced this interest and initiative to get into sport. There's a public health campaign going on now in Nauru as well. Life expectancy is improved. Government workers are now mandated to walk regularly, and they do as part of their sort of daily habits.
Yep.
And the life expectancy is improving out of sight up there.
All good news, apart from the resurgence of weightlifting just for the country itself.
Okay, so this young lifter is a very bright young lady, we are told, and got herself, and she's into 3 digits already, and got herself a scholarship down to Brisbane and schooling there, and has insisted that weightlifting be part of the curriculum because she loves it. Wow. So she's been lifting very cleanly today. And it comes out with her second attempt, following the Nauruan. Like that as well, big smile on the face.
Yeah, she's having a good time out there.
I'll say, and again, as a 2025 New Zealand Secondary School Championships gold medal, 72 and 90 for a 162 total. Look at this.
She's on 182. She's already 20 kilos up on that with one more attempt left in the clean and jerk, and looking likely to get whatever increase they put on the bar for her.
Okay. The Queen then comes out. She's got 100 as well. squares it up and gets the lift that she wanted. So that's her done and dusted. 175 away. Good recovery, actually, wasn't it?
It was.
By Marquina. I mean, she got knocked around in that first clean and came back handsomely. All part of this training and improvement process.
Shafi looks like she is coming out for this 105. Oh, 104. It's been adjusted to 104.
She looks a little more mature than her 16 years, doesn't she?
She does. Yeah. And just the one name.
Yeah, that's
Madonna.
.104. Good.
No problem there. Puts her up to 190 total.
So you got a bit of form in India, Rob. The single name there, is that the common practice? Is it a usual practice?
The which name?
The single name for sharpening.
I think in a particular area of India, and that's the name in the passport as well. So
this is the wrong graphic, because
yeah, the graphic is off.
this is the Kiwi, of course. Not
yeah, they've just put up the 1 kilo increment. So,
Yep.
yeah.
Now they're getting things right. So here's Ella then with her 105. It's been a very handy tournament by her, actually. Wow, happy with it. Because that's a big PB for sure. I mean, considering last year she did that 72, that 90, and that 162 total. And look at this, an 82, a 105, and a 187 total. I mean, it's a massive improvement.
Yeah.
No wonder she's happy.
Very good lifting, 6 out of 6.
Yep, it's a mark of a champion for sure.
You can't ask for me any more than that.
Absolutely. Now this young lady's been lifting pretty well as well. I mean, she saved that incredible lift earlier on when she duck walked across the platform.
Yeah, that was something, wasn't it?
And now here she is, still keeping her record clean. This is her second snatch with 106. Clean and jerk, excuse me. Boy, she's determined. It was knocking her around a little bit, this, but she was not going to get that. She was not going to compromise and lose that weight.
She does have that, well, so far anyway, from what we can see, that propensity to twist around a little bit when the bar is overhead.
What's causing that?
I don't know. I think, in fact, as she was setting to drive for the jerk, she was already twisting that little bit there. It could be something that creeps into your position
Or
in training.
Or she's got a slight niggle of an injury and she's just trying to protect it a little bit.
Sometimes, I mean, look, for years I squatted with the bar leaning to one side or twisted to the other, and it's only until someone pulls you up and then it starts to feel strange and then you fix it. You know.
Vashavni, India. 107, done. Yet to see the Samoan, yet to see the other Kiwi. Here's Destiny. She's
So at this stage, Destiny has the bronze, providing the first two succeed with at least one clean and jerk. But you would think she has the bronze, at least in the Oceania competition.
She does.
In the Commonwealth competition, she doesn't have it yet. So this will be a bit of
settling of scores there.
yeah, between her and Vashanvi.
Yeah.
So she's gone to 112.
So this is forcing.
So I'm assuming in that case then that Vashanvi is also going to.
She
112.
has indeed. She's covered the 112. That's just come up. So here's the Nauruan then.
It's a good call because if she succeeds, then Vashanvi knows that she already has to do the 112. If she doesn't succeed, then Vashanvi's already got the total. No, she can still try it because the bar has to reach the knees before it's counted as an attempt.
Oh, she's good, isn't she?
Well,
she really unsettled herself a little bit there. But
she did, and it's good that she pulled herself together in time to actually do the lift.
And she probably could have done more. That was a 2-to-1 lift, 112, which is good lifting for her. So that gives her a 197 total. So now the initiative back with the Indian.
I don't see why it was any red lights there. Nothing wrong there with that lift.
Okay, so Vashavni then with 112. The Nauruan has done it. Destiny has got the 112 and she's got a 197. This will give the Indian lifter.
It was hard work.
Too hard.
Yes.
So Nauru's come away with that win in the Nauru-India battle. And the Nauruan goes in with a 197 and Vashavni here with a 193. She was, with this lift, going to try and knock the Nauruan off by the kilo, but couldn't do it. So now the battle is set between the two stars of this young category. And you can hear the roar going up now as we begin to crank it a little bit in the latter stages. 6 lifts left in this plus 77. And I tell you what, some clever and deft lifting by this young lady means that she enjoys a 1 kilo lead as they come into this clean and jerk category. Upolu here, 120. Wow. Beautiful overhead, and boy, she's got some serious coaching assistance.
Yep, comfortable first attempt.
Nice work, 120. Might have to start thumbing through the record books in just a moment, Rob.
Well, that's true, because if 103 was an Oceania youth record, then we must be knocking on the door in in the clean and jerk.
Well, that's good consolidation of the Samoan situation at the end of that first lift in the clean and jerk. She's got herself a total of 219 as well, so she's alive across the competition.
Now, according to the start list here, that 120 was in fact an Oceania youth record.
Well,
So
congratulations.
it's listed as 117, the previous record held by Anika Faleata.
Okay. Well, here's Anika then to try and do something about it. With a 122, she's going to try and break it immediately.
Yep. The total record stands at 217, so that's also been surpassed.
So this is Oceania Junior
Youth.
Okay, so the youth record has just been broken by Sefulu. Here's Anika going to try and wrest it back off her.
This is going to be her strategy from now on. Whatever Sefulu does, she has to do 2 kilos more.
And the 122 blows her off her feet. She's got a couple more opportunities to try and come back at the Samoan.
Well, you would think this is really testing her because the 117 youth record was hers. So you would think 117 would be close to her personal best. So to start on 122, that's quite a challenge.
Well, she's put it down. So if you were coaching her, you would have given her less to start?
I don't know what she's been doing in training.
Yeah.
So I think that would be the one thing that
Assume-
we don't
assume-
know. We can only guess.
Well,
that.
assume good training for me. What would you have done?
I think first of all, it depends on what value you put on the medal here. And I'll imagine for a young lifter, you want to be on the podium. So, I mean, as it turned out, she's already wasted one attempt anyway. So I would have come in maybe at a 117 or a 115 or even a 120, and then had a look from there.
Which is
okay,
which is
what
a-
do I need now? Because and then also you have a look at what
Sefulu.
Sefulu can do, because she's done 120 and
Yeah.
she still has 2 attempts to go.
Yep. So that's exactly where Sefulu started, of course, at the 120.
Yeah.
So in terms of coaching, then theoretically, the Samoan coaching contingent has basically got the goods here.
They do. They've got the upper hand.
Yeah.
And they're playing catch up now.
And therein, you see, is the lesson and the subtlety about this incredible iron sport. I mean, it's all these moves that everybody's going to be totally aware of, and it's one of the reasons why we are so fascinated by it.
Yeah.
And as we've seen earlier on, in this competition alone, one lift can throw the character and significance of a competition
Absolutely. And now
on
you
its
see
head.
the importance, the value of that 103 kilo last attempt snatch.
Okay, Anika then, second attempt, 122. All right, New Zealand is back, and there's the contingent,
So now she's in the lead.
and she's just got a record back as well. So she's just pulled a record back, taking
She
it
has.
back off the Samoan.
Both the total and the jerk record.
So, again, it just speaks to the standard of weightlifting that we're seeing here as these two young lifters battle it out at this record-breaking level. They're exchanging records every time they go out and lift.
It's the result of the competition between the different countries here in the Oceania region.
Just building champions. Okay, 123 then for Sefulu to pull the records back again her way and again get her head in front of the Kiwi and giving her one lift to cover as well in case she needs it. again, I just think it's this crowd that lifts these Samoan lifters.
Absolutely.
I contend that if this had been in a stark European gymnasium somewhere without the crowd,
Yeah.
we would have a different outcome. But this crowd is doing something to these Samoan lifters. It is just giving them an extra 5 kilo capacity.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's doing, but it's doing something incredible. Look at that. So she's wrested her records back again. This is just an exchange, weight for weight, record for record, Samoa, New Zealand. And at the moment, this young girl is in the box seat and she's feeling a little bit confident.
Exactly. They're running the show, and New Zealand can only respond to their moves now.
Well, okay, and that has brought out a big reaction from the New Zealander. She's going to go 128 to try and do the Samoan down. Sefulu is theoretically going to come out next at 126. She will go higher. The New Zealanders have thrown down the gauntlet. They put 128 up. Wow. So
Well,
she's
the
got
advantage of throwing up 128 is that you become the following lifter. You're not
Correct.
showing your cards early on.
but
And if they don't need the 128, they still have the option to come back down.
Sefulu here at 126 throws down the gauntlet and says, this is the mark, come up and take it off my platform.
And this is also a good call.
It's
Because
brilliant.
even if she doesn't make this lift, then Faleata will be forced to take more weight than she actually needs to get the lead back.
All right, well, she doesn't get there, so that's the chink that the Kiwis are chasing. But they've gone a big ask. They put 6 kilos on her.
I think they'll drop it back now. I think they'll drop it
222
back.
total.
There'll be a change of call, I would imagine, to 120, to 127 at least. They don't need to take the 128.
Just watching the boards at the moment, the 128 sticks. I don't think they're going to
Maybe
come
they're
off
just maybe they're just thinking 1 kilo doesn't make any difference. But why would you take 1 kilo more than you need?
it. Well, it'll be an interesting point of discussion.
Unless they've used up all their changes already backstage. You have two changes. If they've already used up both changes, then they're stuck with the 128.
Now, the subtleties of the iron sport, Rob. The subtleties of the iron sport. So she's trapped at the 128. And this will put her in front and rest back.
Ultimately, 125 would do the job, but then you're not sure if that's enough. Oh, well done. She almost tipped back then. It just tensed.
Let's acknowledge the champion.
Wow.
Annika did it. That is
Wow.
super lifting. And all hail the champ.
Hey, isn't that what we talk about? Coming out for your last clean and jerk. This is what you need to eat. This is what you got to do.
It's what dreams are made of for young lifters.
This is the goal after the siren. That's what you need.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I mean, it was the clutch lift.
Wow.
She'd
Well
been in
done.
a little bit of a state going into it, but this is the clutch lift, denying the brave Samoan who'd done everything she could against this very talented New Zealander who comes out and puts on a big 6 kilo extra to wrap it all up, pull back her records, take out the golds and smash the big 128 into the platform.
And she almost lost it backwards. You know how she lost the clean backwards, and she also went backwards in one of the snatches. This one, if we could have another look, if we get a look at this, she's really squashed down right back onto her heels, but she just tensed and held her position, and was strong enough to get up. And that jerk too.
Look at that
Well
speed under
done.
the bar. I mean, she knows she really kept her composure.
Yeah.
All hail the champ, and that's absolutely right.
I mean, someone can look at the results now, and there's a 4 kilo difference, and they will not get an appreciation of how close, how tight this competition was.
Indeed it was. It was super, and it's why we love this iron sport so much, and why we absolutely love this competition, that it brings this talent to these shores, and it tests these young champions of the future out as well. And what a wonderful dress rehearsal for those big moments we expect in their careers, well and truly ahead of them. So there's the wrap-up then of the women's plus 77 group. In the end, it was the New Zealand champ and record holder who for a moment surrendered, but then with some mastery out on the platform, pulled it all back to New Zealand, and she is the deserved winner in the women's plus 77. We are going to take a break here at the IBFC Universal Cup here in Samoa, and when we come back a little bit later on, we are going to introduce you to the men in the 94k category. And believe me, there will be some very serious weights thrown.
75 kilograms, first attempt for Claude Ioane. Stop the clock. Claude is on the
Not too bad. He's not airborne for too long or too high. That's okay. I know I'll get in trouble for saying that, because there are a lot of advocates out there for jumping high at the top of your feet.
Stop the clock. And these are also related to that goal. Ioane to 77 kilograms.
So Claude Ioane then from Fiji.
First attempt for Claude Ioane.
Well, if we're talking about age, then this guy's even younger.
He's just turned 14 in March this year.
So as we were saying before, the Fiji school system is kicking in. They've got 5 colleges now, 5 schools that are feeding directly into the Fiji Weightlifting Federation and their development program. They've got a development officer as well that gets around the country and channels would-be stars of the future into events like this. A number of them have been using the Oceania facilities here, and that's a pretty handy lift. That's pretty stylish.
It is. It's well done, and I mean we can both see that the program is already having good effects. And to be able to introduce lifters at this young age to competition of this nature will help them handle the conditions that they eventually, you hope they will reach at Commonwealth Games, World Championships and so on. It's better to be blooded at this stage. You'll never fully get rid of the nerves, and you don't really want that. You want that tingling sensation before you're about to compete, but you learn how to deal with it.
First attempt for Ratse Fiji.
Tabakaturo about to come out. Another of the Fiji lifters. In fact, Fiji is so well represented here in this body category. It's again, they've got the 3 lifters going here today.
They've had a good spread right across men and women in all bodyweight categories, haven't they?
Second attempt for
Ramanayake going to come back out again at 80, so it looks like Ratu Tavita will sit it out for a moment longer. There's Mr. Poama in his corner today as well. Saw him going hard out in the men's 71 the other night. Interesting, isn't it, Rob, how some of the lifters that have, lifted previously sort of gravitate into assisting the coaches and stuff. Not all of them do it, but Poama there in the men's 71 has obviously been around and sort of assisting some of the younger lifters this week. Is that a delegated task, or is that something that they would naturally gravitate to?
It can be a delegated task, but in my experience, a lot of teammates want to be there to help out as much as possible. And also, as you mentioned, Fiji has got a lot of lifters in this competition, and you can't expect 1 or 2 coaches to be looking after all of them. And particularly in this session here, when you've got 3 athletes, you want to be looking at the warm-ups, you want to follow the progression of the competition. Do I change this weight? Do I increase, decrease the weights? there's a lot to be across, and too much for one or two coaches. So,
Gee, I really do like the look of this guy. I mean, he's still very, very young, but that's a very accomplished, it's a very stylish and good-looking executed lift.
he's fast and explosive, isn't he? And that's what you want in weightlifting.
But as you keep saying though, Rob, you know, it's not how you do it, and it's how you get it. It's getting it there. But if you've got the science to assist, it's going to help a lot, I think. And if you get the mechanics right, you're probably going to help in the longer term. Rata Tavita then coming out. Kafuro, 83 kilos for him.
But he's happy with that. That was far too easily handled.
That was pretty amazing, actually.
So we'll see that with a lot of the junior lifters, if they're strong enough to power snatch, it's a lot safer at this stage. For them to do that, it builds up their confidence and it lessens the chance of them missing the weight. Excuse me, due to a technical fault.
Yeah, well, the Fijians as well have been benefiting from spending a little bit of time up here at the Oceania Centre. Of course, Jerry Warwick now, and here in Samoa, it is the Oceania Centre for weightlifting. Adjacent to us here at Faleata, and incredible facility it is as well, as we were saying before, beaten the style of a big Pacific Fale, open-sided, multiple platforms, multiple facilities, and also a regime of coaching that is second to none anywhere in the Pacific, perhaps even in the world. And what a location to come and do some advanced elite training here in Samoa. And if you do want to do that, why don't you get in touch with one of our sponsors, the Samoan Tourism Authority. But here's Mr. Ramanaka coming out for his second attempt at 84.
So he's secured his place in the competition. He's got an attempt on the board, so he can afford now to try and chase the other guys. It's a 9 kilo jump for him to 84 kilos.
And handled pretty nicely.
Yeah.
Good lift.
Looks like Claude Maloney are going to come out. The other Fijian at 85. Henry Elder there, absolutely driving this Fiji machine at the moment. He's all over the shop, and of course Delashore as well. The two of them. So the coaching staff have done everything they can for their young charge, and they send him out onto the platform. And as we've been saying all week as well, for these young kids stepping out here, it's at times a very lonely and difficult place to be, but it can also be a place of great pleasure, happiness and accomplishment and performance. And Claude there, Awani, 3 good lifts for him, so that's a nice way to get things underway here in the men's 94. 3 from 3. Coaches can't ask much more than that, Rob.
No, it looked just a little bit awkward. It looked just a little bit awkward overhead in that he shoved his shoulders up and back. There was no bending of the arms or unlocking of the elbows, but it just puts a little bit of doubt in the referee's mind, so I'm glad that wasn't pulled up and reviewed, because it was a perfectly good lift, but just looked awkward.
So here's Ratu Tavita then. 88 is done, competing in the junior and the senior categories.
And here's another very powerful attempt there from Ratu. Same weight on the barbell, 88 kilograms, third attempt. Ranking through Ramadiake, Sri Lanka.
Another power snatch, so we know he's got a little bit more up his sleeve. But we've seen that before, where a lifter power snatches a weight when it gets a little bit heavier and they're not strong enough to power snatch and they're forced into a deeper position, they're not able to quite control the bar.
Well, the final preparation for Romanika. Again, it highlights the role of the coach as well. I mean, really just getting up close and personal right into his space and mind probing him. And if that's the result, he'll be happy.
Well, he's done well. 3 out of 3.
And 3 out of 3 successful attempts for Ramito here this afternoon. Load the barbell to 89 kilograms. 89 kilograms, third attempt for Ratu Tamakoro.
So Ratu Tavita's got another lift coming, and so too is the other Fiji lifter, Hepsiva.
First attempt. Alicia Faleata, Sri Lanka. Stop the clock. Alicia elected to take a roll at 105 kilograms of hands on the barbell. Third attempt for Ratu Tamakoro, Fiji.
Ratu Tavita then, 95 kilos, a big ask, and I reckon this is a big PB for him as well. This young Fiji crew, as I said, a travelling squad of 26. And interestingly, of course, it's much easier and more comfortable for them to get across here to Samoa than it is to, say, take a big squad down to Australia, where it costs a lot more. That just goes down. But, yeah, with
That was a big jump. Wasn't it 7 kilograms on his...
it's a lot.
On his last attempt, but possibly they were following that old rule. First attempt for the team, second attempt for the coach, third attempt for the lifter. They get to choose what they want for their third attempt, providing, of course, it's not a nip and tuck situation. But under normal conditions, that's how it works.
He might also been trying to put a little bit on the others in terms of his clean and jerk. Maybe if it's a little bit of a pecking order thing going on amongst the Fiji young lifters, maybe bragging rights at the end of the day might be something that they're going for.
Yeah, yep.
So from Sri Lanka, the second of the Sri Lankan lifters, 3 from Fiji, 2 from Sri Lanka. Brunei represented, Australia, Cook Islands in this one as well, with Jerome Tura lifting a little bit later on. So triple digits, not a problem here for Malaysia Herath.
He's also one of the younger competitors here, 18 years of age. 100 kilos, not a problem. He pulled that high, just dipped down a little bit underneath it just to secure it. So he's not trying to power snatch, he's just trying to pull it as high as possible and ride it down as far as he needs to.
Stop the clock. 105 kilograms on the barbell, please, ladies. Alicia looking to take hold. 105 kilograms. Second attempt. For Alicia Faleata, Sri Lanka. Stop the clock. 107 kilograms on the barbell pulls loaders. Will be the same lifter, Faleata, for his second attempt.
Herath here, 107, second attempt.
Had to go a little bit lower with this one. Actually had to go all the way down, but controlled it well. Didn't seem to be bothered at all by that. Nice long pull, straight arms. Long arms, he's got a collar-to-collar grip. He couldn't grab it any wider if he wanted to.
Stop the clock. Lisa and England to take more. Loads of over to 110 kilograms.
Okay, we'll have a look at the Brunei lifter now then.
First attempt.
Yahya Muhammad Abdullah strutting out with his 110.
That was no problem at all. That's also pretty much a power snatch. So always intrigued when you see someone come up with a power snatch. With the juniors, we can understand why the first attempts are power snatch. The coaches are playing safe. They don't want to put any extra pressure on their lifters. If you're strong enough, power snatch it. Make sure of it. Less chance of any errors occurring. So interesting to see what he does with his next attempt.
100 kilograms, second attempt for Faleata, Brunei. Stop the clock. 112 kilograms on the barbell please loaders. 112 kilograms, third attempt from Faleata, Sri Lanka.
He's been travelling well, looks unfussed, has a nice stable technique from what we can see, good bottom position. So if he can maintain that, this is well within his reach.
Just overcooks that one a little bit. 112 goes down the back.
And that's the risk that you take when you have a wide grip. It only needs for it to be traveling just a little bit too far behind you, and it's almost impossible to control. It's just going to go all the way back. So the wider the grip, the faster and stronger you may be in the second pull, but a greater margin of error.
Get to see the Marshall Islands lifter, the Cook Islander, the Kiwi, the Australian, and of course the hometown favourite, the Samoan. So just about the midway mark here of the snatch in the men's 94 category. Hetsiba of Fiji. Three Fijian lifters at work here today.
Probably a little bit of nerves playing into his lifting there, but it's almost unforgivable to miss a power snatch. And again, we're talking about that wide grip. If it's strapping behind you, forget about it. You're going to have extremely strong shoulders and wrists and elbows to be able to control it. Otherwise, it's just gone. Or it may injure you, so you've got to let it go. So that's the risk that you take. But if you're strong enough to pull it that high, my coach used to say you should never miss a power clean or a power snatch. It should just transition into a full snatch, or at least cut it halfway. You should be in control. So you should never drop them.
Never drop them is wise words from the coach. Never drop them. I want to, when Hetsiba comes back out, I want you to have a look at him as well. I want you to have a look at his setup. And I particularly want you to bring the audience that might be coming to weightlifting for the first time through this wonderful competition and explain to us why he has got that bandaging down his shins.
Okay. So let's have a look at him lifting.
That looked a little bit more accomplished.
Well, he succeeded with that, as you would hope. Also, whether it's a power snatch or a power clean, when you spread your feet so wide, it's impossible for you to transition into a bottom squat position. Now, you're talking about the tape that he has on his shins there. Ideally, you want to keep the bar as close to you as possible when you're lifting. You exert more influence on it that way, and it's going to feel that little bit lighter. You're more in control. But a lot of lifters, including myself, in doing that, the bar rubs against the shins. Of course, there's a knurling on the bar to help you grip it, but that knurling, when it rubs against your legs, you often find yourself bleeding. So that's to protect it, and also not to delay the competition. Any blood on the bar has to be cleaned off straight away.
So here's the Marshall Islander continuing a fine tradition as well. Maddie Sasser, of course, came from the Marshall Islands a couple of years ago, and she was a bit of a handful in the women's competition, lifting in around about the 70 kilo mark. And this guy as well, we saw him at the mini games in 25 and got himself nearly onto the podium with a 4th place finished. And
of course, he's a junior lifter as well, born in 2007, so he's not 19 yet, he's 18 years of age. Yep. So he's doing well.
And he's got an older brother as well, who I recognise.
Okay.
The name's familiar. Who was going around. Okay, so here from the Cook Islands then, and it's wonderful to be able to welcome the Cook Islands to the competition. And this is Jerome Tura. He's probably the more senior lifter in the group now. He took out the Cook Islands Games gold medal with a 275 total. That was about 18 months ago. And he also took out the Aitataki gold liftoff in the men's division. And I really don't know why you would be wanting to do weightlifting out on beautiful Aitataki. Me, I'd be practicing my handstands in the lagoon. But it is a gorgeous part of the world, and Jerome Tura is here. He's got some form, goes back over the last couple of years as well around the Pacific. Let's see how he's going and what sort of form he's in. Just leaving that a little bit short.
Short and in front, yes, correct. Again, that could be because he's trying to place the bar. He's being careful with it. You can't place the bar just with your arms. The bar will not stay there for you. You've got to get your whole body moving. You've got to hit it hard and fast, keep it close to you. But if you control the first pull and then in the second pull you don't give it 100% because you don't want to lose it this way or that, you're just not going to get enough height on it.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see actually that just comparing some of his results at the New Zealand International a year or so ago, he did 110 and 140 for a 250 total. He's done better than that, but he suffered a significant shoulder injury at the Pacific Games in Honiara. He got through the snatch, and then I remember him having to pull out for the clean and jerk, and he registered no total. In the snatch back then, he finished in 8th place with a 107, so he's certainly improved over the last couple of years since we last saw him in Honiara. All right, Cook Islands on the platform. Welcome back to international competition.
It's much better execution with that lift.
Louisa Peters, of course, president of the Cook Island Weightlifting Federation, been doing a lot of work here as well as we watch Jerome Tuora here. Yeah, it was a 107 that got him into 8th place back then at the games. That was the Pacific Games in 23. He then, as I said, went on to damage that shoulder of his, and he was out for a long time, a real long time. I think he's only just getting back into it.
Yeah, shoulder injuries have a habit of hanging around. So, yeah, the last thing you want is, well, any type of injury, really. They all have their repercussions. But I know shoulder injuries can hang around. I put my shoulder out in a competition in Hungary, and it took me the best part of 12 months to get back to what I was, somewhere near what I was lifting before, and to be honest, my jerk was never the same after that.
He's a 33-year-old lifter from Brunei. Muhammad Abdullah. That's 120 that he's just dropped onto the ground. That was a sizable jump incident. He went the 110, he's gone the 120.
If you remember, he'd power snatched the 110, and we were wondering then, what are we going to see next? Is he efficient enough to snatch more in the full bottom position? And that was partially our answer. He may be able to correct that now that he's had a crack at the 120. He's also had a long wait in between. We don't know whether he's gone into the back rooms and did a few other lifts in the warm-up areas.
Speaking of Cook Islands, sorry to interrupt. That was Louisa Peters there, just as we panned across.
Okay.
President of here she is.
Yes.
President of Cook Islands Weightlifting, so she'll be keeping an eye on Jerome, I'm sure. And I think she's also got a lifter in the women's heavy divisions as well. So it's interesting to see actually at the Pacific Games as we'll get Yah through here from Brunei first with his third attempt at 120, and we'll revisit that Pacific Games because there were some interesting results back then a couple of years ago with a couple of the guys who we're going to see in this competition now and where they placed. It's interesting to contrast where their form is now to where they were just 2 years ago at the Pacific Games, well, less than 2 years ago in Honiara.
Yeah. Well, that was much closer. I think in both his second and third attempts, more so obviously on his second attempt, that he tends to tense his arms and upper body a lot and early. So when you get to the top and then you can use some of your upper body, you can shrug and do whatever you need to do. He was already tight and shrugged and with nowhere to go.
Taranaki. So he was pretty pumped at the end of his first. Interesting to see that the Samoans are keeping a bit of an eye on him. I think he's had a little bit of a session here at the Oceania weightlifting centre as well as prep here. Hefseva from Fiji is waiting his attempt.
There's a little change coming.
There's the change. Well, Atentake here at the mini games last year was finishing in 4th place with a 110 snatch.
Okay.
So a month or two up here in Samoa has done him a power of good. He's put on 11 kilos since we last saw him at the mini games.
It was a good a good recovery. 121 snatch. Missed it on his second. Made the necessary adjustment here. I think basically he may have rushed his second attempt a little bit. This time he pulled right through with that one.
Hefseva going big as well. I mean, look at that. The 115 came back with a second to get it. Now going up 7 to 122.
Yeah,
In a snatch, it's sort of on the envelope, isn't it?
I think sometimes you come in with a certain weight you have on your mind that you really want to get. If you miss your first attempt, it spoils that progression, but you're still determined to get that weight, so you make that jump on your third attempt.
Well, the 115 is just going to have to do him here this afternoon. Well, we're yet to see 3 of the big guys yet. Saxton of Australia, Albert of New Zealand, and Uli Masao of Samoa. The 3 big boys. But here's Jerome Tura of Cook Islands. Comes from the wonderful island of Mauke. And if you're watching this out there in the Cook Islands, it's a very, good evening to you. And I hope that you're enjoying the pictures. And your boy, Jerome Tura here, to give my love to Matavera. Okay, so at the Pacific Games, as I said, suffered that catastrophic shoulder injury and no competitive listing as a result. We're seeing him back. This is his return, 122, third attempt. Cook Power does the job, 122. He's pretty happy with that.
He should be happy. That was that lift was a product of determination. He certainly looks a little bit tight. He's not particularly flexible, so it slows him down a little bit in the second pull. He's got to try and place the bar, but he guts that out.
And finished with 107 in 6th place at the Pacific Games when we last saw him in a major international competition. Okay, so speaking of Samoa and speaking of the big guns, here's the first throw of the dice then. Emmanuel Elmasal comes out with 141. Got some serious cred, this boy. Been around for a while.
But still a junior. So
yeah, he's still only 19 years of age.
Good combination. You're still in the prime of youth, but have all that experience behind you.
Went to India last year to the Commonwealth Championships as well and came away with a silver medal in the men's junior 94. Well, that's a very handy opener by Uli Masao. Emmanuel's doing the job here. Interesting though, Rob, he was initially indicating a 150 start. He's come in at 141.
Well, I've noticed, I don't think that really indicates well, we don't know for sure because we don't get a full view of the warm-up area, but it has been the Samoa's strategy to come in just a little bit lighter than they've nominated for their first attempts. So the last few Samoans have taken their first attempt, step back a little bit. Often coaches will do that. They'll nominate a higher weight than they intend to start, and it sort of clears them out of that traffic jam that you sometimes get.
So the Kiwi making a little bit of a move here. Xavier Albert.
Now what would be on his mind? Well, first of all, he wants to get on the board with his first attempt. Second priority for him would be to try and succeed with all his snatches, maybe establish a bit of a lead, or not lose touch with the leaders, because of the three stronger lifters, the clean and jerk is probably not his strength.
Well, he's got some work to think about here then. And there's an Australian that will be circulating as well. So this is going to be a bit of a three-way battle there.
Now, on the one hand, Uli Masao started lower than he'd nominated in the snatch, but on the other, it's only 1 kilo below his Oceania junior record, which stands at 142.
And it was very interesting, actually, just having a quick look while we're waiting there. Just have a look at that Pacific Games. We were mentioning Tura, and he finished in 8th place. It was Kyle Bruce, the Australian, that won the snatch at that competition, with Saxton in 2nd place on 145, a kilo behind him.
Right.
And Uli Masao in 6th place in that competition at 125. That was just 2 years ago. Look how things have changed.
All things going well, 2 years is a long time for a junior.
You keep...
They will...
It's a recurring theme.
Yeah.
Anyway, and also, of course, with the great man, Joe Pepe, running the show here, and the Oceania Institute really kicking in. Oh, the New Zealander drops the knee.
Okay.
So now, once again, the New Zealanders, they've been coming in here and they've been taking some of their fancied, I wouldn't say favourites, but certainly fancied lifters to the point where they're asking them to do stuff where they're getting into position like this. Have you noticed a trend here at all, Rob? I mean, if look,
it's a fine balance from between. Yeah, I want to make sure I get the most that I can, use up my 3 attempts, get as big a weight overhead as possible. But again, you've got to make sure that you're on the board as well. So you can't afford to start with something that's too heavy. I know a lot of coaches and lifters come in with the approach that, well, even if I start heavy, at least I've got 3 attempts at it. But those 3 attempts go pretty quick.
Yeah, well, like I say, I mean, here is another New Zealander now just facing the abyss. The shocking reality is Cameron Taggart comes over to have a bit of a chat. I think maybe he's got some video. Maybe he took some shots there of him. And I wonder whether they're just...
I find that never helps.
I just wonder whether they... But look, you see that second pull, he's mentioning the second pull.
Yeah, I find that